Hey, welcome back to the Metropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's October 29th, 2024. It's a Tuesday afternoon, the week after Worlds. The week after Worlds, technically. Last weekend was Worlds. Prior to last weekend. Hold on, you know what I mean, right? It's been a lot quieter, that's for sure. I had a nice weekend where I didn't do a lot, which I think is kind of the intention. Good afternoon, Carrie. Good afternoon, how you doing? Narakami, how do you? Welcome to the stream. I put your message in between the first and the last. That wasn't correct. Mercury spotted? Yeah. This is a shirt. This is a gift from Etienne. They were the chibi anime. I'm not sure what they were called. I think maybe anime. And they were the three different IDs. The runner IDs from the Liberation Cycle. And Etienne's like, which one do you want? I'm like, oh, I'll take a Mercury, please. I also asked for like medium, and this is the large, and I think it fits perfectly. She didn't have medium, which is great. I think there's a big chance that European sizing and American sizing is off. They're different. Hey, Andre, cool t-shirt. Thank you, Alec. How you doing? Happy Thursday, Eric. How was the rest of the stream? I only caught the beginning as I was there. Hey, chat friends. Also, Cinderin. I've been saying Cinderin, and then I heard Nick Mason, who's also like a Tolkien buff, say Sindarin. And I'm assuming that that's more accurate. Like if Nick says it, I'll take his word on it. Sindarin. I think it sounds nicer too. Hey, Piotr, how's it going? Welcome. My restream chat is still kind of broken. The long A is more accurate. Okay, good to know. This is the window is now down here and it's really small, so it's really easy to miss messages. If I do, and please, I want to repeat this every once in a while. If you say something in chat and I don't respond to it, it is way less likely you said something that I don't want to respond to, but much more likely that I just missed it. So if you have a question and I don't answer it, or like a really witty comment, just say it again, because I might miss it. The chat setup apparently is a bit different. I think Restream has redone it. For those who don't know, I use Restream, as you probably see the names next to people when they're chatting from different areas. But I don't use Restream to share my stream. I only use Restream to do the chat marriage stuff. I actually have my own server, which I stream to that, and then that server streams to Twitch and YouTube privately or separately. Apparently, if I don't use Restream to do the actual restreaming part, it looks like it won't give me the Twitch app. So, or sorry, the chat app. So we'll try and figure that out. Thank you, Yellowheart. Nice shirt. Oh, merci. Thank you. Really fun streams. Both decks were a blast to play in Arslan and Dove Deep. Did Nick get the combo off? The first game where it's just like, I'm gonna put one ice on central servers and like somehow not lose the triple deep dive is like kind of a big deal. But also Eric, like his win condition is draw cards, gain advancements. So I think on like turn 2, you ran HQ, he reses a Whoredom, right? And so he goes down to like 2 or 3 credits. When he's on 2 or 3 credits, you just got to run the remote server and trash the wall to wall. Because in short, if he doesn't have a wall to wall, he doesn't have a win condition. I would give that a shot if you can. Because if that deck just draws well and gets advancements, you lose 100% of the time. Unless you win faster, which you probably will, I'll be honest. Like Starbucks, they only offer large, extra large, XXL. Starbucks doesn't have those names, does it? Don't they have like Italian names, like Venti and stuff? I've accepted people saying the short way. It's more common with NA accents. I believe it. Nick and I were talking about that. The double deep dive on 4 clicks was so cool to see. Hey, Laura. Yeah, you can do it. The most fun thing is, and I think this might have happened to Alex even at Worlds, if not somewhere else, is like you deep dive on click like 3 of 4. And then if you whiff, if you only see one agenda, hopefully when the deep dive resolves with Onacom, you draw another card, and that can also be one of your 2 other copies of deep dive. And there's a chance that you can top rope the 2 deep dive turn, which is great. Hey, District and Megacity apps are live. Go apply, folks. Even if you're not ever run a big tournament before, we want to grow the scene, and we can't do it without local TOs. How's it going, Game of Droids? Yeah, I have that. Oh, I technically not open, but this dropped yesterday. Was kind of surprised that this happens so quickly after Worlds ends, but I think it's great because there's a lot of momentum for people who like organized play is pretty cool. So there's an application now for Megacity and District Championships, which are a brand new thing largely as of next year. So I'm going to say something here. We're probably going to have to open up the article. I made a video a couple months ago talking about the new changes for the upcoming 2025 organized play system. The Null Signal Games has done a lot to change what organized play is going to look like next year. And 2 big things are Districts and Megacity Championships. Megacity Championships are largely just nationals renamed. There's a bit more nuance to it about how many they are and how they'll be spread out. But largely, if you hear Megacity Championship, you can assume it's largely what a national was this year. And then districts are a really cool thing, which they represent what we used to call many, many moons ago, regionals, which are tournaments that are above the circuit opener or casual tournament kit stage, but less big than a national or a continental. It's a really, really sweet spot because they're definitely competitive tournaments, but people will travel for them. I don't think a lot of people always travel like 2 hours to drive for a circuit opener, but they would definitely consider traveling for a district championship. And that's fun. There's going to be a lot more of these. I don't know if any city can have more than one. Generally with regionals back in the day, you didn't. But for example, in Canada, in the Northeast where I am, there would always be one regional in Toronto, one regional in Ottawa, and one regional in Montreal. And we would travel to all of those because that's like a 6-hour drive at worst case. So that's all coming back, which is pretty exciting. And so there's an application for it because these are the sort of things that you apply for. And then based off of needs and geography and other probably external concerns, these will be awarded based on your bids. So I filled this out yesterday. I actually had to fill it out twice. I filled it out once and then I hit submit and it just didn't submit and threw me back to the front page. And then I pinged NSG. I'm like, did you get my response? And they're like, no. I'm like, fuck, I'll do it again. But you can fill this in. It's like 5 pages. Mind you, if you only want to apply for one of these, that's also totally fine. I think if you're a newer tournament organizer, I would recommend trying to apply for a district because there's going to be more of those and it's less of a big deal. Megacities are often multiple day events and require a bit more organization. That's not to say if you haven't organized something, you can't do it. Also, if you have any questions, please don't ask. Please ask. Please don't hesitate to ask. And also there's a Tournament Organizers of Netrunner Discord channel that I'll hopefully remember to add the link to that to the YouTube comments because it's a really great resource. But I cannot recommend it enough. This stuff only happens if people organize and people apply. There's a section like, do you need other support from Null Signal Games? Like whatever it takes to help you make a nice thing. I would highly recommend to try applying for these. For Montreal, I want to say if you're watching this, I've applied for both of them. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't apply technically. You can still apply and maybe you'll get the bid and I won't. But I have applied for both the district and Megacity for Montreal. So we'll find out. This closes November 22nd. I think this was added a bit later, but that's in there too. Are you playing my Arslan versus Ion RPC Build the Last? Alex, how's it going? That happened on Monday into Neon Static. It was on stream. You got RPC to fire twice, but I want to deep dive in both games before he could do anything. Yeah, that seems right. That seems hard. It seems like a really cursed matchup. I don't think it's going to be a particularly good matchup for that deck. right? Like, I think Ion was making some bets. Firstly, no Claude, because Claude is a problem. But then secondly, like, triple deep dive. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. Hey, all Sam, how's it going? The jump scare yesterday with your face was really fun. Hey, Gyro. UAV stream tonight? I'm guessing no, actually not. It's not a UAV stream. It's going to be a corp stream. This justifies how the US have multiple nationals. A lot of major places, sorry, not major, but bigger countries will have multiple nationals and had multiple nationals and or will have multiple megacities. So Canada doesn't have the biggest population, but it is like the second biggest country in the world. So we had last year 2 nationals. One was in Toronto, the other one was in Calgary. The year prior, we ran one in Montreal, the other one was in Vancouver, I want to say. And that's just because people largely can't travel across all of Canada because it's pretty damn far. America usually has about 3 nationals classically. I'm imagining they'll actually have more megacities. I don't know if there's only gonna be 3 megacities, but I'm assuming there'll be at least 2 megacities in Canada. There could be more. I'm not 100% sure. But I'd be really stoked to run one. We ran a national last year, had a great time. There's also a chance, I think you're gonna have to be tuned in. I'm not gonna say anything official, but what happens to the future of NAN PC is pretty exciting. Whether NAN PC is gonna be replaced or gonna be an addition to this. I think we'll have to tune in to see what Whiteblade says about that. But NAN PC also might be happening next year, which is pretty sick. Who's applied so far? Sandarian said he applied. Get some West Coast stuff. I feel kind of bad for the folks who are like playing Netrunner in, I don't know, specifically the prairies. And by prairies, I mean mid prairies, like Winnipeg or Saskatchewan, because they have some traveling to do. I don't know if it's going to be a mega city in Regina. We had a good time playing our Ari last night, or I did anyways. I have no idea about the player base, but it would be dope to see a mega city in Latin America. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, I'm assuming we're going to see district championships in places that people didn't expect there to be Netrunner, because it should be relatively easy to do a district championship. You don't need that big of a player base, right? Like if you have a local meta of 8 players, you could probably put on a district championship. I have no doubt, right? Like it's a regional, you can have an 8-person regional. Back in the day that happened. I'm imagining, I'm not on single games. Mega cities might be a bit harder, but like this should be relatively accessible if you're watching this from a meta that is not established. This is also a really big thing too. Say that you live somewhere and you're like, there's no Netrunner here. I think there's other great places to start, like going out and putting a GNK or a CO, and now they're called casual tournament kits, and trying putting up some flyers in a local game store and letting them advertise that there's other Netrunner players. But I would, if you're in an area that doesn't have, doesn't seem like it has a big Netrunner place, maybe don't start by applying for a district, but definitely like grab a game night kit, grab a CTK, and try and set something up, because it's probably only a matter of time where like next year a district might make sense in your local area. Very cool. I'm super excited about the new OP stub, hoping for more Midwest US events. Yeah, Lockmanos, what's the big stuff? Like in the Midwest, there's OTG. The schedule's gonna be a bit different. I don't know if OTG overlaps where OTG wants to overlap with the scheduling. Classically Origins, I know I went to Origins once in like 2016. Ohio is technically the Midwest, I think. But yeah, there's probably gonna, like, I know all of NAN PC largely besides OTG like did not hit, the whole Midwest or the whole central section of America. It was always like the borders, or the water, where they keep the water. So that probably is gonna get fixed at some point. Talk about driving across the prairies puts me in the mind of Stan Rogers. Ohio is definitely the Midwest, can't confirm. I'd love a big event in Indiana, Ohio, Illinois. Lazy, how's it going? I have no doubt there'll be a big event in Ohio. I know there's a lot of nice Netrunner players and tournament organizers in the Ohio region. I'm pretty sure at this point there might already have been an application. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't, but I have no doubt there'll be more organized play in specifically Ohio next year. OTG is July, which is within the mega timing. Oh, it actually does line up. I'm like not savvy with what the timing is for the new schedule. I don't think they linked it. Did they link into what the schedule is? Because now there's going to be a more strict and a more narrow schedule, because everything has buys. So the idea is that all of the districts have to wrap up before you go to mega cities, because you can use, if you come in first, you get a buy, and then you can cash in the buy that you want at a district into a mega city. So they have to be a bit strict. So January to April for districts, May to July for mega city. Yeah, that lines up for OTG. That's pretty good. I don't think I read this article. I think I just hit the apply button. Maybe that's ignorant, but I don't know if there's anything too surprising here. If there is, let me know. Speaking of, I came across a Spanish-speaking Netrunner YouTube channel yesterday. It's called Silent Boss. Yeah, Silent Boss has plugged, I think, some of his stuff before. I didn't realize it was Spanish-speaking. I think I've seen a couple. There was one of the, Andes. I think there was another one with the word Andes in it, that they were doing stuff back in the day that was Spanish-speaking from South America. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? My friends are still waiting for the Ashes reprint to drop in order to play Paper Runner. Oh, is Ashes out of stock? Like, just out of stock? If anyone's willing to travel down to Texas, we're hoping to host a couple districts and Megacity spread among the different metas here. So, hey, Blurby, that's really good to hear. Texas is huge, and I know a bunch of players who are in different parts of Texas where it actually is like, oh, do you play in Austin? Do you play in Dallas? And the travel distance between those cities is like not insurmountable, but pretty big. Texas turns out is pretty big. No surprise. I have no doubt we're going to see a lot more organized play in Texas as well. In the UK. Oh, yeah, in the UK. Yeah, the EU store has always been a bit cursed, unfortunately. I have no doubt that's a huge pain point for literally everyone in Europe, let alone no signal games. So hopefully they get sorted out relatively soon. It's not great. We'll consider applying for a district in Atlanta. Do it. Alvin, I know there's a bunch of like great Netrunner players out in Georgia, in that area too. Perfect night for the Metropole and tea. Ilya, how's it going? I got a new coffee. It's nice. It's pretty good. But all I'm trying to say by bringing this up, and by Game of Droids bringing this up, is that I would highly recommend applying. I think organizing an event can sound pretty daunting. You can do a better job and you can do a worse job, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, you always have to start somewhere. And there's a lot of support structures. So like if you don't know what you're doing and you have questions, you have, a couple months to sort this stuff out. There's a lot of good resources like the Discord channel and reaching out to organized play and reaching out to friends and stuff like that. So if any part of this sounds interesting, and let me tell you, organized play, like running events is very satisfying. Putting together something that people come out of their way, they travel for, that they enjoy, they spend a whole weekend, they spend a Saturday, whatever it is, and have a great time participating in a hobby and meeting friends. It's a really fulfilling thing to do. So I cannot recommend it enough if you have the time and the energy to make this make sense. Sometimes it also takes a bit of money. Booking events, I do think NSG is trying to help make that a bit more affordable and approachable for some of the bigger events. If you have to like book out a space for Continentals, I do think they're considering having a bit more funding for that. But if it's just like at your local game store, hang out for a Saturday, I cannot recommend it enough. Shout out to Cror. Cool. I think that's most of the news that's been on Null Signal Games website. Oh, quick bookkeeping here. I feel like I'm just out of breath today. I don't know what's going on. Is that there's going to be no stream on Thursday, which is a bummer because Thursday is Halloween, but we just won't be here on Thursday. We're going to a wedding, and then the weekend we're going to be at a thing as well. So I would normally do like a catch-up weekend stream, but we don't have the time to do it. So we'll try and do it at some time else in the future, but there will be no stream on Thursday night here, unfortunately. I wonder how NSG is handling things since shutting down the Patreon. Oh, Meteor, yeah, I forgot that they were shutting down the Patreon. They announced that a while ago. I don't think it's a really big deal. Like they're basically saying we don't need this sort of money. So I'm assuming they have enough funding to do the stuff that they want to do through, sales and stuff like that, which is sick. I don't know if it's gonna have a big impact. Like I don't think we're gonna see less prize support because they don't have additional funding from Patreon. Like it seems like a calculated. Yeah, they sounded confident, 100%. Like I don't think that's gonna be something that anyone will notice. Bring back P-Check. Atlanta scene was so dope back in the day. Man, Dodgebong's stuff like was so good. Is still so good if you go back and watch it. And then Dodgebong has like just a cool impact on the internet. I was talking about how I have an RTMP server that I restream my stuff to, that I stream to it, and then it streams to YouTube and Twitch. And that's all like all the documentation about how to do that on YouTube, on the OBS forums, is Dodgebong. I've also been getting a bit into L5R, and there's a bunch of like content that he's put out. He's put out a learn to play video, so it's pretty great. I like that dude a lot. Also can speak from experience, if you host a successful event at a FLGS, they're going to be a lot more receptive to bigger events and more coordination in the future. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I think we've had that as well here locally, where we ran our first event at the Silver Goblin, and Silver Goblin was like, that was a success. Both like the Netrunner space is really cool. Financially, it made sense for them, which is great. So in the future, that's really sick. Okay, I'm going to try and catch a bit of my breath. This is D's list. D posted the lat list that they came in second in Worlds with. It is a Swift lat list, which is cool. We saw more lat with Onacom than we have in Swift, but a lot of players were playing this. I think Wen Zhang was playing a Swift lat competitively at Continentals and stuff like that. I think a lot of players realized, wait, it's really fun. Swift, you're playing a lot of run events. This gives you a click back the turn that you play a run event the first time a turn. And then you have deep dive, which is really important because you need to get extra clicks on a deep dive turn when you're playing against a field that is not a small percentage HB. And the reason is that when you're playing against HB, they have usually 6 to even 9 points, we saw at Worlds, of IQA projects in their deck. And you can't deep dive an IQA project because you won't have the click left to steal it, let alone steal multiple agendas. So you generally needed a click gainer to be able to deep dive. A lot of the other decks in the format, right, We're playing other things, so DJ Fenris exists in this deck as well, and with DJ Fenris, you can grab Sable, who's a Gmod, to get an extra click on the turn you're deep diving. It doesn't matter what central server you roll, because you have to run all of them. And then Hannah was also pretty common in like the Sokka DECKLISTS. A shout out also to Sokka. Sokka did a 2-part stream, I think, this weekend, talking about his Worlds run. Really interesting stuff. Should be able to link that in the comment. Search Sokka234 Netrunner, otherwise you end up with Avatar stuff on YouTube. Now, this list is cool too. We lose Onacom, which means we lose card draw and we lose protection. I don't think actually damage decks, okay, damage decks were popular at Worlds, especially the top table. It wasn't so much the Thule, it wasn't so much the NEH combo list. It was just like R+ doing basic combo stuff by giving you a tag. And so you lose a bit of damage protection here, but you have 3 Stoneship Chart Room and you're hoping that might be enough. I'm surprised I can't click on this, but I guess that makes sense. List is cool. It's very similar. A Gauss, Euler. Also, you don't see those a lot. Those make a lot of sense on a deep dive turn, but not that this deck only needs a deep dive. I imagine you want to steal an agenda remote server sooner than later and then finish with a deep dive relatively quick. This game can be quite fast. I really wish to be in the game when P-Check was around. Seemed very cool. Oh, it was so cool. The Magnum Opus Worlds. We did, P-Check did all of it. He raised some money off of like crowdfunding stuff and we got there. I did a bunch of like video graphic stuff too. For that stream. I think I did the title cards and they turned out quite nice. Yeah, P-Check was really cool. Fusion, how's it going? A shout out to Sokka for strategic advice in his World's deck list. Those are very useful to understand the meta. Yeah, Sokka's stuff is good. Like him talking about his journey is pretty great. It's also like needs to be said. Shout out to D, shout out to Sokka, shout out to all the players. I think everyone's waiting on Alex to post his deck list from Worlds. I think Alex has probably been pretty busy last week. He works for a video game company that had a big launch, so he's probably a bit busy, let's be honest. But that should be coming sooner than later. I think D said also that like maybe Alex allowed D to post this first before Alex gets decklist of the week. Because I have no doubt we're expecting Arisana 50 cards to be decklist of the week next week. But what I was trying to say is that a lot of the best players in Netrunner, let alone all players in Netrunner, don't often try and keep secrets. Like they will post their deck and they'll explain how the deck works. Like they try not to keep their cards close to their chest. They want to say like, hey, this is how it works. Have fun. These are some important things you have to keep in mind. And I think that kind of can be taken for granted to some extent. Like I don't think all card games people are that open about their secret tech, right? Like there are testing groups and there are secret decks, but once things like actually get out and see the air of public and are now public information, I think you actually see more often than not people making content to show you how to do it better, as opposed to like keeping that information for themselves, which is pretty sick. Onacom versus Swift is such an interesting choice between click value, ease of hitting the effect, damage mitigation, and influence. Is a really complicated choice. Swift feels good. I think Onacom also feels good, but Swift also feels good. I think the HB part of the Swift is a huge part of it, the Aqua part. But you're right. The idea is with Swift, and I've seen this too. People be like, I'm going to play Onacom in Criminal, or like even in somehow, but I'm going to play Onacom in Ken. And the answer is like, what are you going to spend with that click? If you're going to draw a card, you might as well not play Onacom. Like you can just play Swift and draw a card. So it's kind of goofy sometimes. A good bit of P and Ag at Worlds too. One of the reasons I settled on Onacom over Swift. Like Ag Infusion? I'm not sure if Onacom is incredibly important to Ag Infusion. And to PE for sure. I think a lot of QTM was on PE. I think there is 2 QTM in the cut. Mind you, D was on QTM. Sorry, non-QTM on PE. But yeah, Onacom's obviously good in the matchup for sure. Do you think Deep Dive or Trickshot will get banned after the Worlds? I think there's a chance that Deep Dive... Okay. I think the funny numbers are, and I have to look at the data, is like every deck in the top cut was either playing Deep Dive or playing Trickshot or both. Like just about every deck. I don't know. I haven't seen Nightcrite's deck, but like almost all the criminal lists that almost made the top cut, shout out to Snare Bears, were also like running Deep Dive. They were like Deep Dive Sable. I don't think I saw Crank's list, or not Crank's list. I just saw Crank's name. I don't think I read Nightcrite's list. I think this is just good stuff, Sable. I don't think it's Deep Dive, but like this is probably one of the few decks in the top cut that wasn't running Deep Dive or Trickshot besides this and maybe Essa. Oh, I guess there's Freedom too, but it's like most of the field, and like obviously most of the field is Shaper, but it's just a really funny thing is like all the criminals are to some extent running Deep Dive too. I think there's a chance that Trickshot will at some point get banned. I think this card is too much. There's just too much numbers on it. It is a bit too good. It's hard to also feel like you're doing anything smart into it. Like as a corporation player, when they Trickshot, like I don't think you feel like you can do something that makes sense into it. It's kind of like Bravado too. Bravado is less egregious because Bravado only does one thing. This does 2 things. I also think a big thing about Trickshot is incredibly like slots compressed. It gives econ, it gives run, it gives multi-axis, it gives obviously click compression on a multi-run for a single slot. And we're seeing so many Shaper lists that are running like less multi-axis because they just think Trickshot and Deep Dive is just enough. Like this card is just so slot dense that it makes deck building for Shaper more greedy and more easy in general. It's just like the smoothest card to put in any deck. Now, what are we going to see? I don't think we're going to see a ban before the UK Nationals in a couple weeks. I think that ship is flown. I would be surprised. My guess is one of four things will happen, right? Either at some point Trickshot gets banned. I'd be really surprised if that happens anytime soon. I think we'll have to be like in 2-3 metas in a row that Shaper's on top before that happens. I think there's a chance that Overclock can get looked at. No joke. This is a way to bring down the run-based economy of these decks, which is one of the sort of unfair things about Lat, but I think I'm in the minority thinking of that. I think self-modifying code, if this ever gets banned out, Trickshot does get functionally a fair bit worse. It's still very good, but one of the power plays for Trickshot is self-modifying code. If you're just playing Trickshot and actually don't have breakers down, you can't really play it, let alone you're losing money on it, so it's less good. And Startup might be correct. I think there's a chance that Shaper just needs to lose one good key piece to give them a weakness, and I feel like decks like this don't feel like they have a weakness, and I think one part of it is that they have a 4-credit rebound button from 1 credit, so they can kind of do anything they want. Like, this is what we saw in Startup 2, where, like, there's a chance banning Creative Commission does enough to make Shaper... Like, you have to be a bit more considerate about how you play your economy, and this brings the whole faction down. And this is the sort of problem with cards like Trickshot, and I know I've said this before, it's like... there's a couple cards I'm running into this. So recently I've been working on my own custom set. Shout out to Jeff, who shared his set as, like, to get some feedback last weekend with a bunch of the testing group. But we're running into a couple problems. I'm behind on chat. Let me catch up on chat in a second. But we're running into a couple problems. And one of the things is, like, Jeff made this card that was really interesting, and it put advancements on cards. Then us assholes were like, oh, is Holloman 2 words? Like, it's really hard to make a custom card that puts advancements on cards in a faster rate without it being strictly worse than Holloman. And that's the thing about Holloman. Holloman's a really good card. I don't think Holloman's egregious. I like Holloman, but Holloman's a very, very good card. And the problem with Holloman is that its goodness is not actually associated to synergy with any other cards in the card pool. Holloman, besides, like, obviously the agenda suite matters, but Holloman is good because Holloman is good. You know what I mean? We've seen cards like this before where the cards on their own are okay to not great, and then they have synergy with an identity or with a certain card suite that make them very, very good. Extract in Op is one of the best cards in the game. Extract in Op is absolutely cracked, but Extract not in Op is not cracked. And this is a really good thing to have because the power level Op is attached to this, and the idea is that there's certain cards that are just good universally across the whole faction that it's hard to balance to them around them because they're going to be central to the faction. It's kind of like the Bologna problem. There's not certain IDs that make Bologna better or worse. Bologna is just good, so the faction's just really good. I think I'm a bigger fan of cards like, I don't know, it's like Carpe Diem that on their own are okay to fine and then get better in with a certain combination of cards that you have to commit to. And we run into issues where we have cards like Holloman that are, it's hard to build something better than Holloman because Holloman doesn't require synergy. I don't think I'm doing a very elegant job expressing my thoughts here, but the idea is, like, this card is just so good in a vacuum that it's like, I wish that Holloman was a bit worse, but better in a unique scenario is all I'm saying. I feel like that gives you a lot more flexibility on balance and a lot more flexibility and not ensuring that the card's going to show up everywhere all the time, which it kind of does. And it's also important that factions have power cards. Not sure how we got here, but it's kind of the issue that we're going to have with Trickshot, right? Like, I do think self-modifying code, I think I lost my point pretty hard here, but I think Trickshot is kind of in that same camp where, like, every single Shaper identity runs Trickshot. Right? Like, there's other power cards that came out in this set. Like, what's it called? Is really good. Lobbysoming is really good, but Lobbysoming requires you to have deck building restrictions or only isn't played in certain identities. We'll see what Lobbysoming looks like in the future without Kit. But Trickshot's always going to be Trickshot, barring self-modifying code, which is the only card that it kind of, you know, runs into. Shapers with Stoneship are actually punitive proof? Yeah, largely. With Lat too, but punitive was not very present at Worlds this year. Dive is good, but fair. Trickshot is busted, sadly. I think Dive is also kind of messed up. Like, Dive is legitimately a bit messed up. I don't think corporations can ice everything up. And if we see decks like Alex's deck being the best, where it's like, I can dive very aggressively before you can actually play the game, could be a problem too. I could see it. Did we see Trickshot getting banned? Yeah, maybe. I just don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I played Izzy and Tune on P and Anacom put in work. Yeah, I believe it. Deep Dive is hard. I don't think Deep Dive is hard enough. Hey, Cat, how he's going? No twinning is the problem. Night Ride is similar to the Sable I ran at Cascadia. It's just good stuff. How you doing? I'm doing well. Nice shirt. Thank you. It was a gift. Trickshot does 3 things. It does like 3 things too many. I don't know. I feel like it should have picked a lane. It didn't pick a lane. It did everything. It gives you click compression. It gives you credits. It makes the run. And it also is multi-axis. Like, I just wish it had one less sentence on it. Trick shot doesn't make sense thematically. It shouldn't have been difficult to pull off and great reward after. The version is great reward before and even more after. I agree that thematically, this does not feel like a trick shot. Like, I think that is a legitimate complaint. Like, I wish this card had like requirements on it. Like, trick shot only gives the benefit if you install a card during this run, right? Like, it needs to have something that makes it feel like you're doing a trick. It doesn't feel like you're doing a trick. It doesn't feel like a trick shot. It feels like a hammer. It feels like a haymaker. It feels like a sledgehammer to the face. It doesn't feel nuanced. It doesn't feel particularly tricky. It just is a value bomb. It's totally misnamed. And I don't think that helps. Every time you read trick shot, it does one extra thing. Yeah, at least I understand what it does. It's not Adrian. Hey Jake, how's it going? I'm getting back into Netrunner after a few years away. Welcome back and watching your World Series videos was the perfect to dive back in. My World Series videos? Wait, what did I do for World Series? Welcome back, Jake. The game's in a pretty great spot. We're talking about trick shot right now, which is a pretty powerful card, it seems, but hopefully you've been having a good time. Lucille, how's it going? Hey, that's a new line of text. Bravado's pushed, but we've seen the power level of the game catch up. IMO? Sort of. I think Bravado also falls into the same kind of camp as trick shot too, where like it doesn't feel like there's interesting ways to interact with it. It also feels brute force. I think the idea behind trick shot, or sorry, behind Bravado specifically, was it was meant to be something like high risk and high stakes job, which was a card that saw no play, but this was the proto Bravado. Firstly, you had to make a run on a piece of unres dice, and you only got the money when it was successful. I think this is like so thematically interesting for Criminal. It's about stakes, it's about planning, it's about risks, and it's about pulling off the heist, pulling off the job. And then we got Bravado, which is just like, I'm gonna make 3 credits, I don't care what you do. It's kind of thematic that like you are Bravado, you're running face long in and the subroutines might fire, but at the end of the day, you don't care. But this one feels like such a miss to me. I think Raindrops Cut Stone is a much more interesting card and corporations feel like they can play around it. And this does feel a bit more anarch. Same idea though. Like this could have been called Bravado. Like honestly, this could have been Bravado. I actually think thematically this being called Bravado makes a lot of sense. I'm going to face check and whatever the subroutines are, I don't care. I'm blasé. But I think Bravado thematically, like, it's not my favorite. Imagine printing a card so strong shapers don't bother to run indexing or cataloger. Yeah, I know. Yeah, trick shot's wild. You can't really Crisium R&D. You can't board and control. You can't Anoetic or Managarm easily. Basically, any counterplay you don't work into trick shot. And I think my least favorite part about trick shot is on turn 1 when someone trick shots, people just don't res ice. Right? Like we saw this so many times on stream. Like somebody drops an SMC, trick shots R&D and the remote server, and the corporation's like, I can't res both ice. I'm going to res no ice. Because why am I resing ice when you just present your breaker for free and break it for mostly free? So they just don't. And then you see the shaper be like, I'm going to pull out whatever and just hope for the best. It's just kind of bad. Like it doesn't make interesting play patterns, I don't think. Hey Alex, I don't know if I said hi. Honestly, I think we were bang on with the CC ban and startup and people underestimate how much it contributes. It's like, it's interesting. It makes the credits more tight and it means you have to actually manage your economy. You don't have a 1 credit get out of jail button. SMC will never get banned. I think SMC could get banned. I think if Dawn prints a card that's similar to self-modifying code, but isn't self-modifying code, I could see it getting banned. I think self-modifying code is very integral to what Shaper is, but I think if you print something that's SMC adjacent, you have the space to ban SMC. I don't know what it would take though. Deep dive 10 out of 16, trick shot 11 and 16 in the top cut. Thank you, Laura, for running those numbers. I'm not surprised. The 3-point agenda limit 2, I'd be very surprised to see that in standard. I think in standard, at least you have more ways to deal with 3-pointers and there's more, on both sides, there's more interesting reasons to play 3-pointers. I think the problems with 3-pointers in startup is that you didn't have the tools to beat 3-pointer punitive decks. As much as I don't like 3-pointers. Imagine runner decks running 3x trick shot before getting to 3x gamble. They are, aren't they? I think they are. Creative is quietly contributing to Shaper's power. Banning Creative Commission made the runner side much more mixed than we were expecting. It was even more successful than we expected it to be. Yeah, it's really funny. It's really interesting. Just taking down one little econ card can do a fair bit. It's also a card that hits the whole Shaper faction, which you have to kind of do. I wish Trick Shot had a real failure state other than a successful run. Like, obviously in hindsight, this is maybe easier to talk about, but if Trick Shot didn't get any part of the value unless you made a successful run, like, okay. Or if none of this fired unless you made a successful run, then yeah, you're actually like taking a risk on. And I think that's much more interesting. People play Lacosta over Holloman? Yeah, that's because it's much cheaper. Right? Like there's reasons. Like people do play it. Like people play Oberth Protocol and Jemison, right? Like, it's influence, and it's a bit more expensive. There are decks that would actually play Sansan over Holloman abstractly. The reason why I brought this up is that it's very hard to build a card that does something like that without it being strictly worse than Holloman. Andre calling us assholes? What did I do, Kat? No, I didn't. I think Holloman being 3 influence is the biggest balancing factor. It means you have to make real decisions on how many to run and what tech to leave at. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, I'm not saying Holloman's the end of it. Like, I just think it's very tricky that you have to build a card, and now you're basically saying this card only sees play because of influence. Otherwise, I would play Holloman. Mac Gibbs, welcome to the stream. Cough Turbine? I don't know. I'm behind in chat, so I can't read the Cough Turbine and understand what it's responding to. Apologies. I'm just behind on chat. I mentioned before that I feel Essa and Carpe Diem and Ob do run into problems where the deck building becomes stale. Yeah, that's going to happen. For what it's worth, we've been playing the same criminal deck since 2012, so like it is what it is. But that is just inherently going to happen with like, what are they, the high synergy tribal, I've been told is not the term to be used. I forget the term that should be used, but sort of like keyworded decks, right? Like most ESA decks look the same. Whether you think that's a problem or not, that's kind of up to you. I think ESA is still interesting, and there's been modifications to ESA decks from meta to meta to meta, but they are going to be the same, like 60 cards. That's what's going to happen till we see more sabotage cards, if at all. But I'm not too bothered about it. Hey, Tom. Holloman is better in Epiphany? Eh. Oh, yeah, you're right. It is. It is. Yeah, because of non-install from clause. 5 positive credits plus extra clicks, multi-X for 1 credit. It's a bit much. You don't ice everything to prevent quests. You ice the shit out of one server. But against Shaper, you kind of have to ice everything a bit, right? Like, people aren't honestly playing Burner, which sucks, because Burner's like the best the best HQ pressure card in the whole game, and it's a Shaper card. I don't know. Deep Dive gets harder when you can't Trick Shot, because Trick Shot is an overclock plus remote pressure. Yeah, that too. That's not wrong. Sledgehammer Shot. Exhausted Dog, how's it going? Imagine Sable Deep Dive and Criminal with in-faction economy. Oh, but that's the deck that was played at Worlds, Tom. That's exactly it. Like, the triple Deep Dive Sable is a contender at Worlds. As a Shaper player, needs another sentence. The fact that you can run R&D, the remote HQ archives, and still dive is kind of wild and hard to answer. Yeah, it's tricky. Man, this with crowdfunding would be fun. On the other hand, seeing Cat steal 8 points on a single trick shot against Abraham was a high point. The trick and trick shot is winning a game you probably didn't deserve to win yet. I saw so many people rip like 6 points off a single trick shot, and unfortunately Patrick still loses the game. But like, he tried. His deep dive whiffed. It happens. World Series videos because commentary on NSG's channel? I think so, yeah. The famous trick shotting beast. I don't know if I said hi, Warlock. Gotta be like, thanks for letting me borrow your cards after the tournament and give it back. Kat, I think you always borrow cards at every tournament. I don't know if I've been to a Worlds. I think this is the first Worlds that we were both at that I haven't lent a card to you. And I'm not complaining. I think it's cool that you're like Voltroning energy from everyone into a single like pile of cardboard. I think there's something to be said about that. It's the same as crew problem where corporations get punished twice in one card. You have to res the ice playing the credit, and then you lose the ice without any sub resolving or the runner being in danger. We want to keep talking about that. We'll get to gameplay soon, I promise. I don't mind the crews that much. I think crew is actually kind of interesting. I played crew at Worlds at COS. I think crew is really kind of fun. If you ask me about anything, like if crew becomes a problem, it's just because of this card. Once crew comes down to actually requiring you to take the tag, requiring you to use leech counters and all that other stuff, it's a lot worse. I think the only part of crew that feels really particularly bad in the modern meta is that all ice gets deleted before anything happens. I think if they actually have to pay like a tag and leech counters and 2 credits and all that sort of stuff, it is generally kind of interesting. Mind you, we played back in times where we had Hippo. We still have Hippo. People aren't playing it. This card is, you can play around it. I like that it's a card that gives corporations agency. It seems really powerful until you play around it. And I think crew is like less interesting than Hippo, but it's much more reasonable. I think Devil Charm is the part that gets people really upset about crew, myself included. I thought Muse was our SMC ban flag. It is, but like Muse is clumsy. Muse is really clumsy. Oh, you meant the NPC Montreal. Oh, glad you've been enjoying the NPC Montreal. Okay, we had never talked about it because the NPC Montreal finals went up on Wednesday, and then Thursday we were off because we went to San Francisco. Did you all watch the finals? It was weird, right? And I want to be clear, this is not criticism about any of the players, but like, we should talk about it after we wrap this sentence, because it was It was interesting when it came to like how people felt at the end of the tournament. It was strange. I'll talk about it in a second. I gotta get the bottom of the chat. Hey, Dirty Deeds, we need a functional reprint of self-modifying code that's called self-modified code, thematical reprint. Apparently, you can just remove the hyphen in the middle, and it's a different card. Because self-modifying code has a hyphen. Also, I did not know you made L5R content. I watched a bunch of the stuff. Go Unicorn, go. Andre keeps reading a bunch of comments, but I don't see any of them. I'm very confused. They're probably old. I'm just behind, I think, Tom. Restream seems to be working. They're just behind. I just don't want Trickshot to be banned so I can keep using Mean Lady's awesome alt for it. But I mean, it should probably be banned. Mango. Yeah, Mean Lady put out 3 Shaper cards. It was Cataloger, Trickshot, and... Oh, they're really good. But Alexis's stuff is always good. Trickshot would be better if it was place 4 credits on this event. If successful, choose 2. Place 2 credits on this event. Access 1 additional card. Run the remote. Yeah, that'd be fun. I do think if people do that, like, you'd end up... are those actually interesting choices? I think they are. I think they are interesting choices. I think run the remote server is like busted powerful. You'd probably always just do C2 run the remote. That's my guess, unless you need the money. The term is archetype usually in other card games when they don't have their own names. Click on Netrunner stream, immediately see trick shots. Seems accurate. Kobold, how's it going? I think Ghost Tongue is overrated. I think Ghost Tongue is a bit overrated. I agree. Did you miss my email about table talk versus comments and stream audio? Yes. I did miss your email. Table talk versus comments and stream audio. I need to check, Gilhard. That doesn't strike me as something I remember reading. Apologies. Playing Burner last night felt pretty good. Yeah, putting a Biotic Labor on the bottom of that deck or Red Plant Couriers is kind of massive. You can even put an Atlas on the bottom of the deck. It's fine. Ideally, you put it on the top or you leave it. But yeah, Trickshot's really good. Sokka was talking about this too. And I've talked to a bunch of people too. I think Timmy Wongo is talking to. The idea is that Burner sees no play in Lat. And I don't get it. I think a lot of people reflexively say Burner doesn't make sense in Lat because Lat is about matching your cards in hand to your opponent's cards in hand. And if you do this, they go -2 and then it's harder for you to do the Lat stuff. Now, obviously, you can plan around that. Like, you can plan around it. And I think Burner is just so fundamentally really, really good. Just about into every matchup, whether it buys you time, whether it puts their seamless launches at the bottom of the deck, which buys you so much reach, whether it eats combo decks like Asmari or people playing Red Planet Couriers. Like, it seems really, really good. This came up on Sokka's stream on the weekend, and what Sokka specifically said is that Burner being 1 credit and a very narrow run makes it unique into the deck that Sokka is playing. Where I do think that deck has, I wouldn't say a liquidity issue, but it has to be careful about making the correct runs and the right runs. And compared to every other card in that list, this is the very narrowest card in the deck because it only does one thing. It only runs HQ. And there are certain turns and there's certain matchups where you're just not set up to run HQ, where you'd have to expend resources, either power counters on your breakers or self-modifying code, that you can't afford to do this. And it was that limitation on Burner that made it not show up in the Lat deck. I can see that. I think that's a more cogent explanation than like cards in hand equals bad. Like I'll miss a Lat trigger if I can bottom 2 seamless launches. Obviously that's a high roll. But I do think Burner is a bit underplayed. I think this card's really, really good. I think there's certain metas where we see it more. I'd argue that like against the Asa decks, it's not the most important thing to do, that we're at like the top 16, a quarter of the top 16. But Burner is just one of the best cards printed in a long time. It's really, really good. It's a good shout out, Giza. It was optional accessing an additional card or running a remote server. Yeah, it's cool. The Ari list loves Burner on the DD turn. Yeah, Alex was doing really weird things that I did not assume that he would do. He would like Burner HQ, put an agenda on top of R&D, then run R&D, and then do that all during a trick shot turn. And even sometimes I saw he would run R&D, if I'm not mistaken, Burner HQ to put the agenda on top of R&D to ensure that he can get it with the deep dive. To me, that feels a bit wasteful because it's on top of R&D. You don't need to deep dive it. You can just like run back. But if you have enough clicks, you'll be able to do like double or triple deep dive, or sorry, double or triple access deep dive. So it doesn't really matter that much. But he's very aggressive with the burners, and specifically that deck that very cheaply can say, I'm going to install a card from hand and run HQ right now. And it's not going to cost me my like 3 revolver counters to get through a Winchester Urez for 4. That seems a bit easier of a sell than Lat for sure. You add restreamed bot, Phil. Shit. Lat players would rather play Cup, I guess. And that's another big thing too. Yeah, that deck plays Cupulation, and Cupulation is its like tech card and HQ multi-access. It'd rather play Cup than Burner. I'm sorry nobody has spared Lindsay's at World. I'm glad you remember. Delete Devil Charm, then World. Peace. You know, design was really cooking when they made Devil Charm RFG when used. Yeah, they figured it out. Like, honestly, Devil Charm removing from game is kind of sick. For what it's worth, I think both charms remove themselves from the game. If I'm also not mistaken, Lucky Charm also RFGs. So there is a bit of kind of, you know, thematic, I don't know, consistency there. But yeah, this removing from game is like, fuck if this thing didn't remove itself from the game. Also, I want to say I lent cards at Worlds. I now own 2/3 of the world's second place Prana condensers because D somehow managed to lose one between finals and our Airbnb. Oh man. That's fine. That's totally fine. Enjoy your Prana condensers. Devil Charm lets crew eat big ice and you don't have to interact until you're ready to blow an ice up. Yeah, I agree. Crew is in theory 6 credits to eat an ice. And it's 2 strength, 4 credits to eat anything 6 strength. It's a different prospect. Yeah. No, I agree. It's strong. And ice destruction classically has been stronger in the history of Netrunner. Like you have to understand. You're talking to me. I've survived some parasites. I get it that y'all don't like it. I don't love it. But I do think Devil Charm is a part of it. It's the hardest pill to swallow. Yo, cranked. Crew literally needs Leech. Old school parasite data star. Yeah, Leech is good. Ice Carver is good. Restream bot isn't working on YouTube. Oh, piss. No, it is. I see it. Do you not see it? Friend roped me to this game recently. Been having fun. Deli, welcome to the stream. How'd you get roped in and where did you start? This game is really good. I've been like making content for this game for, I don't know. It feels like we're coming up on a decade. It's been really great. It's been good. Devil Charm plus Chisel Crew was a problem? Nearly. Not yet. It will be one day. Trickshot Cataloger and Lilypad. Ah, that's the last one. I forgot Lilypad. The 2 credit choice is worthless unless you run the remote. No, you can use the 2 credits to trash cards on R&D, right? Like you can steal a Bologna or trash cards. It's not worthless, but you're right. It is kind of, it's the least necessary. But the fact that it's there is still interesting because it might be right to see a single and then do 2 credits and run the remote server. Hey Vishal, how's it going? I played Wenjong Swift Lat at Worlds. It runs Hana, Bravado, and fewer programs. D Swift version looks interesting too. It's more simulchip kickflips and fermenter econ. Yeah, Wenjong's version has been oscillating between like playing Bravado. At some point, it also played Raindrops Cut Stone because they just needed more card draw to go faster. I thought that was a really cool inclusion. It's the same amount of influence as Bravado. I got a panicked message from Wenjong the weekend before being like, man, should I play Embezzle? And I'm like, probably not, dude. You can play Burner if you want to. He's like, oh, that's a good point. Okay, sorry. I think he's panicking a bit. It was funny. Burner makes a great sense in Lat versus core damage decks versus PD with 6 cards. You just need to know that playing Burner is -1 card in your hand and -2 in the core hand. Yeah. Yeah, you need Burner to match hand size after they score their superconducting up. Separate choice of server. Burner is the least narrow application. It's good literally anytime. Yeah, but it's not good if you can't get into HQ. Like, that's the point. It's not good if you can't get into HQ. And decks like this actually have to be a bit considerate where they're running and when. Hey, Kevin, I did not respect Burner versus Timmy in COS and got Burner 3 times. Yeah, Timmy, I'm pretty sure playing 3 Burner. If he's also not on DJ Fenners. But, like, I think Timmy likes Burner. I'm a big Burner fan. I don't think it's the right meta for Burner Shine. I don't think it's the highest point of where Burner could be the best, but I do think Burner is still a bit underplayed. The thing is, like, the decks that are really good struggle to play Burner a bit more than it looks like they do. But I'd argue that Burner is almost never bad. I don't love Burner in Lat because Lat is already really good into Faircorp decks, and the best combo decks have a hard time killing Lat through his ID ability and Stone Ship, so Lat doesn't need it. That's another good argument, I think. You're right, Cranked. It's like, maybe you don't need it. And Compilation is more of a game closer. It's a good card, though. Burn is probably better for more focused Shaper decks like Dive, but Control-y lists have enough other tech in their toolbox to need it. Are you officially sold on Cup now, Andre? Z, how's it going? That's a great question. Yes and no. Yes, as in the card is really good, and it gives you flexibility and gives you H pressure. No, in Criminal. Two things. Firstly, the card designs like this that are limited use case small cards that, like, the fact is, you're playing Shaper. You can get this with your Simulchip, you can get this with the SMC, and getting the ability to steal a card, whether it's an asset that's tricky or want to deal with an upgrade, or obviously steal the Audacity or get the multi-access, the fact that you can produce that when and if you need it is why this feels so good as a 2-influence card in a toolbox. We used to see Criminal lists, or sorry, Shaper lists back in the day that was splash of legwork because you needed a bit of HQ pressure, especially because you're playing Control, so the agendas can get, you know, a bit piled up into HQ. And this is a legwork that has a bit more utility. It's a bit clumsy and a bit slow, but you can get it when and if you need it. And the best thing about legwork is playing legwork at the right time. I've seen a lot of players play legworks when it makes no sense. And then you see players play this beautiful game where they do the best well-timed legwork possible and win the game. And compilation in Shaper is the best well-timed legwork when you can win the game. Second thing, the name. I've said this before, and I've been thinking about it again. If this card was called something like a ransomware attack, do you think more people, do you think it would see more play in criminal lists? If this was called something like hijacked kidnapping, ransomware attack, do you think this card would see more play? My answer is yes. This card is coded like a Shaper card. I think this card has, and it's the same thing with Fizzarum and Tangler too. It has a Shaper ass name, and I'm not joking. I think the names of this, all of these cards have Shaper ass names, and I think it actually changes how people interact with the card pool. If this was called like breaking and entering, you would see it more in criminal because it would feel better. I'm not joking. I know that this is like slime molds are kind of fun and cool, and this has to do with Mercury and like what's it called, alchemy, and making, you know, putting into the crucible, making garbage into gold or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, honestly, the name choices for these cards are also not helping them see, like, grabbing them in the criminal card pool. I'm like very serious about that. It's an issue. When Shaper Charm, no Shaper Charm. What could it do? It installs a program from Heap. I honestly don't know what the Shaper Charm would do. Draw 2 cards. Isn't Shaper's Charm dummy box? Oh, that's a good point. It might be, yeah. Shaper's Charm to instant speed swap ice. Won't SacCon be the Shaper Charm? I do think Sacrificial Construct probably was the Shaper Charm. It doesn't RFG, but it is the original, like, oops, box. Not this guy. Poor guy. Sacrificial Construct is the original box. Somebody made this physical box, and then it could open and store it in Netrunner cube, and it was like the coolest object I've only seen on the internet. Parasite, you have to pre-play on ice? Yep. I agree. Why delete ice when Shaper can validate it? Restream seems to be working. It looks like it's working. Catching my chat. Burner HB decks cooks them. Burner only cooks seamless decks. Hey, there's Timmy. Burner's a card that you often want to hold for the right moment, and Lat can't play too many situational cards because they clog up his hand. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of reasons why it's harder to play in Lat. Hey, Juniper, I think there should be more Burner because I like the card art mostly. It's really good. It is a good card art too. That bird science. No, I don't think so. I think so. Hijack Kidnapping. Please say hello, Cups. Really sells it. Fizzarum is an RA card, not a Shaper card. I think Fizzarum seeing play in like Lat decks. Imagine if you playing legwork can possibly get away with jailbreak instead. Cost 2 less, gives draw 1 extra, X is optional in R&D. I think the scaling of seeing 2 cards versus 3 cards on HQ is actually really important. Multi-accessing R&D just gives you lock, right? If you see 2 cards versus 3 cards, it's just how long the deck is locked, and that matters. But seeing 2 cards versus 3 cards from HQ is actually a very important change. If you have 1 card in HQ, what are the odds difference? Like plus 20%? I take those. I hear what you're saying, but I do think seeing 2 versus 3 on HQ is significantly different. Also, the fact that you can use Copulation to run HQ and then rerun HQ, you functionally see 4 cards. That's a lot better. He's out of line, but he's right. Do you think they were originally green until they realized in addition to the other cards it'd be too jacked for Shaper? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Is Chesva also Shaper coded? No, birds, how's it going? I don't think so. Chesva is one of my favorite cards, and that's because it just makes me quite happy. I grew up, my parents always made Chesva coffee because they make Bosnian style coffee, and Chesva does attach itself more to the Turkish roots of Sable, making Turkish coffee. That's why you see a lot of the like cross stitching and embroidery stuff, and then this coffee thing. This card is about running central servers, and criminals are about running central servers. This card makes me just genuinely quite happy. Just makes me happy. I don't know. It's the theme, the art. It's really good. And then the little text, but it's because it makes me feel like home. It's cute. Bring back the resource subtype. Solon, what do you mean? How's it going, by the way? Good to see you, Worlds. Brennan, it's a grid. On the other hand, we get to call it Cuppy. Cuppy's nice, but then we can also call it Cappy, and then we could play Cappy, but we don't. Cup against Acid Spam is great. Install plus cupping 3 things for 4 credits is totally wild. Cup against Acid Spam is great. Install plus cupping 3 things for 4 credits. I don't think it works like that, Z. What do you mean? It doesn't work like that. Crim's just all about cups. Chesman, Cupulation, and Asmund. Wait, what do you mean Asmund? Bazarum needs feeds into Steve's ability pretty well. Yeah, but Adam, any card that breaks ice feeds into Steve's ability pretty well, right? What Netrunner cards have cups in them? Huh? Is it the only one with the word cup in it? Technically, Thimblerig is a cup, right? New World side quest dropped King Cup. Chess was good coffee. Alternative Cup, that's just a recreation of the art of the image, but with cheap Goodwill mugs. Are those cards all made from a grieve? But they... I don't think Ashen's a real problem right now. Vovo has cup. Vovo has mug. Vovo has mug. We recently saw another card that had a mug on it. Oh, it was one of the world alt arts that had a mug on it that was labeled. I think the Oppo research has a mug on it now. I've caught up on chat. He did it. I'm serious about the naming convention stuff. I don't think people agree with me, but I honestly think the name and the art has an impact on how like people are willing to play it. Like if I had a criminal deck that had, you know, ransomware attack, I'd probably want to play that deck even if that deck was bad. KPIs have some mugs. Oh, that makes sense. Record Reconstructor has a cup. Yeah, and the Record Reconstructor mug actually has the civet on it, if I'm not mistaken. Like this civet is the Arasana civet. Not Arasana, sorry, the Cabanessa civet. This mug did not show up for a really long time. Right? Like this is Spin Cycle. This is 2013. And then we finally got Cabanessa Woo in like 2015. It's sideways. 2017. The same logo. Maybe it was reappropriated, but it's pretty fun. Paulus Cafe has a cup of coffee. More than one. You can't replace the hosted card on additional accesses for cred. No, Z, you can't. It doesn't work like that. Because it says limit one card. It's like the last sentence. Or no, the first sentence. You can't continue to steal things. The only one that can continue to steal things is Heliamphora, but that's only in archives. There's no Queen Bee, no. No, not this year. Last year, everyone was like largely a B. I don't know what happened this year. You can ask D, maybe. They like their deep cuts. Smoke has mentioned the original core set. Yeah, I think that's like, I really like this too. And this is something that doesn't often show up, I don't think, on null signal cards games, but like references to characters that don't exist on cards because it builds a bigger world. One of my favorite ones is Moth. For those who don't know, Moth is like this really bad sysop who's like meant to be protecting runners, and just about any bad APIs will have a quote on it from Moth. Also, shout out the names of these people. These are all NSG volunteers who get eaten by bad ice that Moth is meant to be protecting them. But I really like these things. Like we had so many characters back in the day that showed up on flavor text that actually builds a bigger world. I think one of my criticisms on NSG cards is that on NSG cards, we almost always see, especially on runner cards, only the identity characters, and then we don't actually build a bigger world than that. I love this sort of stuff. I think it does help a lot. Like Guru was on cards for the end of the days, and there's so many quotes from literature and characters and work that don't show up on actual cards, named characters. I think it's great. Hey, Rosenheim, good evening. I wonder if NSG is going to hit at an ID before they come out, like Wiz or Smoke. They might have already. I think they have. I think I've heard people being a bit smug about some sort of stuff like that. Talking about Cabanessa, has someone talked about not returning last ban list? Deja Vu, how's it going? So Cabanessa probably can't come back. Firstly, I don't think Cabanessa is really healthy for the game because it just is the ability to pull out all programs that you want on turn one. And I do think one of the cool things about card games is having a bit of volatility and randomness to how the games start. I think Cabanessa actually got a bit more egregious because you just have the ability to pull out things like Coalescence. And now that we've engines like Muse and Coalescence, Cabanessa can just sit there and like create money and set up environmental testing engines. She probably got in some ways more boring and more powerful. So in a world where we have Coalescence, even the Rosetta 2.0 decks might make sense. You can just sit back there and set up your engine by not running and probably have a full engine by turn 2. Environmental testing pops. It's probably not great for the game. But it's good to go back and realize like why that's the case. I'm going to get a Cabanessa Raccoon playmat. It's so pretty. Wait, what? Cabanessa Raccoon playmat? The Marathon one? I don't think it's Raccoon. Could have sworn I saw someone do that at Worlds. Oh, no. Smoke hanging with Thomas Haas on a card before she's released? Is Smoke on the source? That's Smoke, right? That's Smoke, right? I think Smoke has the tribal tattoos. Yeah, I think that's Smoke. That's cool. Yeah, you saw this a lot. And I do think it actually makes the world bigger. But I actually really like when we see cards that are characters that are just not showing up anywhere. Like, lawyer up. None of these characters are named, and I like it. Like, this guy probably, you could argue it's Gabriel Santiago. It might actually be an alternate Gabriel Santiago. I don't think it. We saw like satellite uplink that had Leela on it years before Leela came out. It actually did not have a Leela quote, but like that stuff's fun. That stuff's cool. It makes the world feel bigger as opposed to be like, this is the Essa set. The only character you're going to see is Essa. I like that a fair bit. Guru, yeah, Guru. Okay, what's the syntax for searching flavor text? It's A. Okay. So Guru, spelled like this, showed up on so much flavor text. Like, this is all Guru flavor text. He was like one of the original runners of all time. Has like a bit of a lore behind it. And Guru does weird stuff and wild stuff. Sometimes you just need a brain in a jar Guru. I think Guru might be the character that shows up in the flavor text the most that we've never seen on a card. I think Guru built the torch, the most powerful code gate breaker. I think Guru did build this. This is a 4-strength code gate breaker. This was nonsense back in the day for 9 credits. This is the best code gate breaker you could buy. Yeah, this is it. The dark places of cyberspace were dark no more, and the legend of Guru was born. Guru is like one of the biggest mythical runners back in the day, and his name, or its name, excuse me, I don't know why I said his. Does it say? Does it? Yeah, it's he. He came back with a flavor code, so they do gender him. I thought they did. Weirdly in the Shut Up Sit Down video, one of the criticisms is who is saying this with respect to flavor text, which I never really understood. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say that's a criticism, but weird. We have Sundog. We had Sundog. Nice try. DZ plus Woo, click for 4 credits. It's like not busted, but it's probably not great for the game. In a world where Woo's downside actually exists, maybe she's interesting. Her downside doesn't exist any more than it did when she was banned. Yeah, this isn't the one, yeah. The Marathon playmat is the Civet. Yeah, it's not the Raccoon, it's the Civet. Marathon is a Liga Civet? I think we learned that. Yeah, same little band. Civets are really cute. I think that's a wrong robotic arm for Gabe. I think you're right. I think Gabe has the other arm. Is the, yeah, it's the right arm, so it's not Gabe. Shout out to original Gabe, who's looking pretty doofy, honestly. Not the best. Cyberfeeder is another great one. What do you mean, Alex? Also, how's your launch week been? You've been holding on? I feel almost naked with. They changed the art on Cyberfeeder from revised course and original course. They just flipped the art. I'm with it. Yeah, it's Gabe on Lawyer Up. He has the metal arm and everything. I think it's not Gabe cranked because it's the other arm. It's just another dude. Dayjob was my favorite card, alt flavor combo ever. Dayjob is really good. Everyone loved the Dayjob playmat. The fact that the name tag has a different name on it, or I'm Carol, like those are fun. You actually learn Max's real name if you read the lore. Guru's Runner Hallman. Sometimes you need a brain in a jar. When exactly, Guru? Please explain the situation where you need that. Well, because you're playing that card and it's good. Turns out Max's real name was Carol. It's not. No, this is a joke. Max uses a fake name at work because she doesn't give a shit. Her real name is something else. If you read the Lee Alexandra book, her real name leaks. That's her job name, yeah. Imagine Woo, click, install SMC from stack, install SMC from stack, trick shot. Yep. Some alts with Gabe got mirrored? No way. Dayjob was perfect flavor. Really cool card. I love the job subtype. Oh, this is not even a job subtype? What the fuck? Job subtype is really cool. I think we need to see more jobs for criminals to get something to do. Dayjob was thematically excellent. I think everybody loves this card. It was like one of my first playmats I got. I was like, this is sick. And I used that playmat for such a long time. My local group used to call Cyberfeeder shampoo ad. Yeah, it was good. It's good stuff. She gives a new name every time she makes a call. It's Monitor is what it's called? Monitor, Novella. Is it Lee Alexander, not Alexandra? Monitor. Yeah, I read this back in the day. It has, I think the main characters are unnamed, but away from a desk at the jury, megabyte center jobs. Yeah, this focuses on a couple characters, but then Max is the character you're familiar with. Jackson Howard, Victoria Jenkins are in it too, if I'm not mistaken. I read this many moons ago when it came out. I enjoyed it. Putting Dayjob in Apex was my favorite flavor choice. Okay, let's play some Netrunner. So, at Worlds, I brought a deck you might be familiar with if you've watched the channel for a while. And was it a good choice? It did okay. It went like 3-2. It was my worst deck I brought at COS, but it was this list, which is Built to Blast. I've talked about this deck before. There's a deck dive on it. There's also a good replay review. I'll say good, to talk about like leading and always presenting problems, because this is the sort of deck that you have to lead the dance. Every turn you have to be presenting a problem because the runner has to be answering you, because if they're not answering you, they're setting up and eventually you cannot answer them. You have to be saying the tempo of setting the tempo of the game. They have to be responding to you. And I thought this deck was okay. It's probably actually the worst choice for me to bring this to COS, because if people are familiar with my brand, they know I like to play end of line in my BTL decks. They don't think it's Hyperglacier. They think, oh, I might die. People ended up flatlining to this. Some people unenforced, some people forced. Doorbell just rang. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. It was not the private security force. It was a cat food delivery. Pretty sure Andre would be a Wayland employee. I always forget I had this. I made this many moons ago when we did a team tournament. I've definitely showed this on the channel before, and it's incredibly dusty, but kind of the point. I made these. I made a bunch of IDs for at our team tournament back in Montreal. We had to play something different, so I made this like laminated Gagarin Deep Space employee ID. I'm level 1. Technically a Wayland employee. I'm out of breath. I did climb a lot of stairs really quickly. I'm in good shape. We also made an NBN press badge, and I made a Wayland, an HB like scientist badge or something like that for some friends. The Wayland ID is adorable. Yeah, it was really fun. I spent a bunch of time making it. There's a lot of like little small references on it, like my unique code spells out a Maverick in League speak. Okay, hold on. It's like I'm gonna save 3 seconds by running up and down the stairs a bit faster to get back to the stream, but then like it gasses me for the next 30. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Hold on. Okay, we did it. So I thought this deck wasn't great. What I learned is that one thing that people weren't respecting was the Modernism Classic Archetype, which is Snare. Now, I do think Snare was originally really good in the Built to Blast deck, but unfortunately, Snare does not make good content. Because when people just die to Snare, it's pretty bad. So I didn't have it in the deck, but I do think Snare is something that people won't respect often or don't have the time to respect. And then if they have a tag and or less cards in hand, it's really easy for us to set up our thing. Because a lot of runners are pretty careful and they don't run when they don't have enough cards in hand, and this is like the great disgusting, excuse me, the great equalizer. No wall-to-wall? No, you generally don't have wall-to-wall in this deck because Charlotte's going to be in the remote server. And any turn Charlotte's not on the remote server, you're either going to have an agenda or a Rashida. We actually don't care about advancing our ice that much, right? Like none of our ice really scales that well with advancements. Pharaoh's advance to 3 is going to take us a bit of time. And if we're just wall-to-wall and doing nothing, we're probably doing nothing. We have to be a fair bit faster. I did build this deck specifically to be a bit more approachable and not have too many FFG cards and not as many 3-ofs as it kind of makes sense. But I do think there's ways to make it better. I cut a third trail for Snare, and it's so good it also protects HQ. I think we're going to do this. Play an outfit. So, Built to Last is fine in the identity because it fires enough times and you have a 44 card minimum. But why not just play a bit more aggressive and play a bit faster and play the outfit? For those who don't know, let's just open this up. Outfit gives you 3 credits anytime you take bad publicity, which is more money than you'll get from BTL, and you'll go a bit quicker, which is great. This is going to be rotating out later this year or early next year, more accurately. And so I have any excuse to play the outfit. We don't see a lot of outfit in the modern format right now. This means we're not going to be running Charlotte because Charlotte doesn't make sense largely if you're not playing BTL. So we can put our 3 snares in there, and we're going to play Rashidas, of course, and Spin Doctors. We also have our good ice. We now have Trebuchets, which we want to res. They're great. We have Valenchows, which we want to res. They're pretty good too. And then we have Border Controls and Pharaohs. This Pharaohs probably can be anything else. I think Pharaohs might be a bit too expensive for the deck. We have to probably look at that and change it, but that's pretty good. From here, what else do we have? We have 3 CityWorks Project because we also now can play Punitive Counter-Strike and have more money. That might make sense. I could also see a list where we run less CityWorks and maybe even run, what's it called? It actually might be reasonable to instead run Basalt Spire, because with a single Basalt Spire, you can actually do Public Trail into end of line, which sometimes runners have enough cards in hand, but they have more than 8 credits. And having that button to be able to do the thing again could matter a heck of a lot. We're only on a single regulatory capture because I don't care. I think having one enough is good enough. We also don't have an Audacity anymore, but the idea is that at the point in the game where we draw the regulatory capture is where we'll try and grab it with an Atlas counter. I think you could argue that this deck should be on 3 Atlas, no Above the Law. I like Above the Law, but we're running 3 Hostiles because it's good, and we're just trying to play Modernism. I want to give this a shot. We have money. We have more money than Hedge Fund. Too big to fail. We can do Punitive, too big to fail Punitive. We still have Angelique, and we're just going to be a bit fast and be a bit aggressive. Can you add a Watchtower? Actually, probably not. I don't think we want Watchtower. It's not terrible, but the fact that it forces a shuffle is a nice way to lose the game. Would NGO be better than Hedge? In BTL, it might. In this deck, it definitely won't be. But in BTL, I think you could say it's similar. The difference why I wouldn't think Hedge is, that I wouldn't say NGO is much better than Hedge, is in that other deck, we go a bit aggressive. We don't often ice R&D. And having more trashables in R&D is probably not the best thing for us. Because if they can trash for 1 and then come back, it's pretty bad. Some games are virtually impossible against Alpha because they draw the correct curve. This is not exactly the correct curve kind of deck where they like rip a big deal on turn 3, but it could do something. Watchtower, list carrier. What did you call it? Hey Zeke, how's it going? Your vids over the last decade really set the bar for Netrunner production, and now that I'm finally playing, hope to run into you online sometime. It'd be my pleasure. Thank you for the kind words. For what it's worth, there's a lot of really great Netrunner content out there. They're doing fantastic jobs, but I appreciate the kind words. With Pharaohs, you want tree line. I don't know if we have the slots for it. I actually think we might cut Pharaohs and just play tree line and just say that's good enough. I think another version of this deck is I'd actually end up cutting snares and try something that we haven't tried in a long time. These old Modernism decks back in the day used to play Data Raven. For those who are not familiar, Data Raven was the proto Funhouse, and it was a bit more messed up because if you ever went through it and the corporation had more money than you, they would just have the ability to give you a tag at any point in time at any paid ability window when they got the tag power counter. This has been changed to this. To Funhouse, which is a bit more expensive, still has no face check, but also with bad publicity, they can always just pay the money to pay for it to go through this. But at the end of the day, if you have a Funhouse and a border control on a remote server, like that's kind of interesting. But it does also really show your hand of what you're trying to do if they see a Funhouse. So this is probably not right. Data Raven, Argus Security, so many kills. Yeah, Brandon, you know what I mean. It was so much fun. I think the Pharaohs is probably what we should change. I just don't know what barrier we should play here. I think it might be a wall-to-wall. Sorry, not a wall-to-wall. I think it should just be a tree line. I think Pharaohs is a bit too expensive, and just having an end the run would be fine. Like 4 strength on the run. Hammer might be better in that slot. In which slot, Alex? Tree line is certified good enough. Yeah, I think tree line is just good enough. Does it feel worse against Banhar and Botulus? It does, but we have a lot of ice too that are pretty bad into like Banhar and Botulus. Like, I don't know. I think at some point we just have to start putting things on the table and say like, you can't botch us all of it, right? Like even an ice wall might make sense, right? Like ice wall is fine. It reses for 1. With bad publicity, they're going to break ice wall for almost as much as they're going to break a tree line anyways. The playing ice wall might be fine. I'm going to give this a shot as is and see how it goes. I haven't played this so far. This is just kind of a proof of concept. I think the agenda suite looks pretty wonky. I think that's strange. I think playing a singleton Audacity might still make sense. And I think the ice suite is a bit strange. Envelopment? Envelopment's not a bad idea, honestly, because it probably lasts as long as the game does. That's actually kind of interesting. No clearinghouse? No, we're not like a BTL Glacier deck. We're just trying to tempo people out. Our like extra damage will be things like Angelique or Snare. I'm not even running it in the BTL version. We'll call it bad to blast. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, Envelopment's kind of fascinating. I do think I played Hive at some point in the day. At some point in time back in the day. Out to blast? Out to blast is good too. I know I offered it before, but please consider NGO front again. In this deck, I don't want to. I don't want to be spending 2 clicks to gain 4 credits. It's not very good. If they run the remote server for it, then it's good for you, but it often is not what you want to be doing. That's a bad opening. Looks like a good fit for Tucana. It could be, but like Tucana is not exactly the Modernism version. I'm trying to relive something that's an old archetype. I think if we play this a couple times and realize like it doesn't work, then we can maybe add Tucana and start being a bit more of a tempo deck. Thanks, you too. Blue Sun Hive was a fun time. Forgot about that. All right, we need Ice HQ against Xayah. 40 cards. This is the sort of matchup where Xayah can just die out of nowhere. If Xayah doesn't respect it. So we'll unfortunately just put a Trebuchet on HQ, I think. It's not very good early. We could do Trebuchet credit. Super postmodernism. We're trying to reinvent it. We can hostile next turn. We could do credit Rashida. Sorry, we could do credit Rashida and not res this. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to do a table snare. Xayah wants to run centrals. We'll see what happens here. Oh, Miss Bones. Okay, that's fine. Oh, that's not good. I wish we had a credit if they're going to diversion here. Oh, this can be interesting. They don't die because they draw a card. Rashida, they installed the Miss Bones. They hit the snare. Wow, that was the worst possible outcome for them. Bravado, Shibboleth, inside job. That's the worst possible outcome. That's really funny. And they don't run the Rashida, and they float a tag. Wait, we can just win on turn 2. Oh, that feels bad. Hitting Shib is nice. Shib is pretty bad into the deck. Right, like, they have to break a 6-strength Valenchow. If we chop deck the end of line, we win. It's only 3 and 49. We have no pivots in the deck. Oh. Good game. Yeah, that can happen. That's modernism. You got to respect the snares. This is why snares in the deck make sense. Right? Like, who respects snare there? Yeah. You missed 2 agendas and grabbed exactly the rest. But, like, that's why snare is good, because people can't have the time to respect it. 44-minute wait until next round. It's single-sided, so it's only like 38. Hey, thanks for the game. All right, taking 1 minute. You say snare doesn't make good content, but that was definitely fun to watch. Guess. Yeah, sort of. What's the HQ, Santa? We just drew with a Rashida to find the second in the line. Game is over. How's it going, by the way? We do really poorly. Like, imagine we didn't get the kill there and that's our hand, and we just like hostile, next turn, hostile, next turn, hostile, and then trying to close the game out. It's probably not the worst. This is the Mercury equivalent to the Corp side? No, because I think the corporation actually had a game plan that wasn't just send it and bypass ice. Burn! Mercury. All right, Hoshika 45. This is going to be a harder fought game. What are these hands? As soon as we play 49 cards, we get this hand. Like, we can't keep this. Like, this is the ideal Wayland hand. You hate to see it, but this is what ideal hands look like. I'm not keeping that. That's much better. We kept our 2 full end of lines. Watching Andre jam some god-awful pile that has no win cons def P content. Wait, are you talking about this deck, Axu? What the hell? Take that back. Just install 3 cards. What's the runner going to do? Check remotes. Honestly, triple install might have make sense. With Hoshiko, though, you do want to check a bit. I'm going to draw once and then Trebuchet. Obviously, order lull. I guess we'll rather have this on HQ. Turn 1 install 3 Rashida. I don't love it. I honestly don't like it that much because we can only fire 1 Rashida. Are you going for a check? Snare? Never snare. The speeding the rest of that, but it does have a win. Come on. Missed the build, Andre, but I assume you're on a sensible agenda suite. However, could I interest you 3x broad daylight? I don't. We can try it. I'd be surprised. How's it going, Bob? So we definitely want to top deck an econ piece, and then we're going to jam the Alice. I'm going to forget that we don't make money. Keiko's installed, so you can't really face check into Trebuchet. We want to do Trebuchet into border control because of we want the end around on the inside, and we also want to trash the program. Broad daylight is so bad. I've tried to like grinder broad daylight, but never like tempo broad daylight. It's a sort of deck. Behold my tomfoolery. Spark. Oh, sick. Lobby Someo. Okay. I think Trebuchet is still going to be a problem. We see the whole damn deck. Banhar, Raindrops, Hannah, Lobby Someo. Twinning Fencer. Okay, we're gaming. Lobby Someo can't break Afshar. That's really funny. So if we just res the Trebuchet, it's worth it. This can't go wrong for us. Was there a finality? And there was an eye for eye. I missed that. Every time I score a Broadlight, I'm like, okay, now what? Fun card though. It's you have to jam clearinghouses and play snare. Like you have to actually grind them. Cityworks, I don't want to jam Cityworks. It doesn't do anything. We'd rather put this on a table where we have a punitive in hand. Right, the Atlas actually gets us like our public trail, and then we can win on any turn. Step one's almost always score an Atlas. Because as soon as they hit like a snare or something, oh, that's not good. Benhar, fine. So imagine we're going to get hit from HQ. So we can either score this out or put the Afshar on HQ. We might get an eye for an eye here, but we have Atlas with a counter. So they have 11 cards in hand. More like shit, he doesn't work. Am I right? Oh, got him. Fence are going to get hungry? Yep. Fence are going to get hungry. 5 credit Valenchow. So we somehow have no bad publicity. We res this for 2 credits. Then it has subroutines on it, which don't actually fully matter. I don't think we can res this. They knew that we have a Pharaohs. We just want to put an Afshar on HQ. Oh no, Fencer! It's going for singles. Hit a snare last click. Like this is where like running last click is really frightening. You hit a snare, what happens? Hit a snare. Fencer! Hit a snare. It's a free res? No, they'll break it. That's good. So we have access to Singleton Punitive. They played 2 Steel Skins. That's good. So we definitely play the Hedge Fund. We could draw to 7, Hedge Fund, and install. Fuck, that could have been on top. That was the next card. You're getting owned by a Narwhal. Plus 3 credit econ card over 4 turns. Sick. The game is technically an R&D. Oh, they ban-harded. Excuse me. I didn't see they ban-harded. Flip. I gotta pay attention to that. That's a good call. I want to get the Afshar on HQ, but I actually don't mind if the HQ runs. If they like ever eye for an eye snare, it's gonna be good. Table snares, they open guarantee they run it because of Fencer. I don't think they do, unless we put it like server 2. Orca, Banhar, last strike fund was played. We're gonna retrieval run. Do they have options? Oh, they have an Orca. Sick. They set that up in 1 turn. We should have maybe played around retrieval run if we saw the Orca, but they would just Banhar it. So now ice doesn't matter. So they break Trebuchet for 4. We could do install advance too big to fail. Trebuchet into boarding control is pretty good. Lobisomia actually is just going to struggle with barriers here. Moshing retrieval and Orca's inspired. Yeah, it's really, really, really good. I don't want to lose this on HQ. I think we have to lose this on the table. They have no more steel skins. Trebuchet is 4, board control. So we do install Cityworks, advance Cityworks, too big to fail. We're on 19. I think we just do this. The problem is if this fails, we lose. Do you think they run a table snare? Thinking. I don't know if they run a table snare. Now the corp is waiting to slowly die or get a kill combo lol. It's called Modernism. That's what happens. Why you gotta be so miserable about it? We're holding on. We can do install advance advance. We actually probably just do install advance advance. We don't need it too big to fail. So this is 4 damage. We have Singleton Punitive. They don't know that. The Laborites hit a spark and they hit a spark. That's kind of sick. They put back Steel Skin range jobs. Oh, that's bad for us. Are they on Turbine? I don't think you need to be on Turbine with this rig. If you're on Spark, you're probably not on Turbine. I think we're just going to lose 2 good breakers and twinning. But they need to use their Fencer 4.0. So yeah, you're right. They might run table. They put Steelskins back as good. Is this deck on pivot? No, it's not. It might want to be on a Singleton pivot. But our Atlas is currently our pivot. Ice no longer matters on turn 6? Ice totally matters. Why does Ice not matter? Why do you think Ice not matter? They have to break Valenchow for like 5 credits. Orca breaks for 4. Boarding control eats their Lobisoman. Ice matters. Like if we had another barrier here, Oh, this is Benhar. Super Doomerism. Yeah, right? Where to go? How's it going? Fire all. Take cards out of hand. Good. So now you can't steal this. Why didn't you break that? Don't touch that. You die. Please don't touch that card. Okay, I think they figured it out. Problem is we don't have an Audacity. So we actually have to get to bad publicity. All right, we're on no credits. It's fine. We'll recover next turn. Probably. How many Steelskins do you think they have in hand? None. They could have had one, but they would have to top deck it off of the labor rights. So it's like incredibly unlikely. Oh, this is bad for us. They should have maybe had Banhar token to the ice with Fem. Boomerang, also Mark. Sorry? Like you want a Banhar token? Is this where we fetch a hostile? No. I don't think so. Don't hit our snare. Don't hit our too big to fail. I'm not sure. We consider cutting a public trail for cheeky 1x an enemy. I don't believe in it. I think you really need public trail. Fuck. I wanted that. We actually probably could have just double advanced this and played too big to fail. It might have been correct. Just to be advance, too big to fail. Be like, you run this, take 17 damage. That was probably right. I don't think we had to score this out and go down to 1 credit. We could have been on like 12. We also could, in theory, be playing connection trashing, which would be cute. Now they have to start paying for Fencer Fueno. When I play Banhar, I use a token for the server, but Banhar can be on different ice depending on what's rezzed. Yeah. It's not on the ice, it's on the server. A lot of people use Banhar tokens. Don't hit it too big to fail. Fuck. Oh, that one really bad. And it hit a Fencer. Oh, that's so bad. You're probably right that public trail is better. Oh no, we're at 0 bad publicity? Uh-oh. Well, we can't get the Valenchow. Let's just try and find a too big to fail here. Things are really bad really fast. They hit the 2 cards. Oh, that was so bad. Yeah, we definitely shouldn't have scored this out. I wish we had an Audacity. If we had an Audacity, we could win this game. We're probably not going to be able to win this game now. We can't keep this in hand because we're going to be running HQ. Alice is too big to fail. I think we need our Alice to be able to win. Right? Like, if we don't use our Alice to win, I don't know how we're going to win on the remote server. It's really tricky. That's a good call. I think I like them running that. I put a too big back in. Like, at some point, they just might misstep, and we just have 7 credits. City doesn't work. There's an argument for too big to fail install Ange League Advanced City work. Yeah, I think I like that even better, Cat. You're right. Actually, no. I think I would just double advance it. Using Alice to not lose is the argument. I don't think we're not going to lose. Like, Alice not losing, it's not going to keep us to win. We need a win. We're playing from behind. We have to not play to not lose. We have to play to win. Oh, they take a tag. Interesting. Maybe we could just grab an Alice and say we're going to get another one. You can have raindrops. No. Yeah, you can have raindrops. No, I don't like card draw. You can dirty laundry. Watch this hit both end of line. It hits Angelique. They actually did not use it. This was a legwork for a tag. Gain a tag, small legwork. All right. What the fuck? Oh, they twinning. They found one end of the line. Oh, shit. That's not good. Mystic. Okay, now they're cooking. All right, we have to survive. We just need... If we have 8 credits, we can do 5 damage. We've seen 1 steel skin so far. We've seen 1 steel skin so far. Put something in the remote server. Okay. Raindrops is always better than laundry. No. No, one of them is 2 credits. One's 3 credits. One doesn't need success, though. That's true. But I wouldn't say always better. We actually have to keep their money down. We don't win by the damage anymore. We can. We definitely can. We just need to, like, have money. We definitely, like, losing the too big to fail was the whole game. We should have advanced this out. We can't let this strike fund happen. Why not Alice for hostile there? I just don't see how we're going to break lock. Like, I don't know how we can be twinning. They should see 3 on R&D every turn. They're not, though. Maybe we should. Yeah, now we should because we have this. We'll do it next turn. Well, Alice, because we have public trail in the line. This Alice actually matters for the last Angelique. Oh, this doesn't matter. Unless we lose, then it really matters. But this is core damage. Fuck. Good game. Yeah, we misstepped there. I think we could have had it. For what it's worth, we rezzed one ice. Like, that's on us. Thanks for the game. Beans. I don't think there's that many agendas in the deck. Right? Like, all the hostiles are in there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. We're not likely to lose on that, seeing 4 cards. I'm gonna grab a hostile. On the turn, I scored the City Works. I needed to. The eye for eye wasn't particularly great. I think we'd be more upset if, I don't know. Losing to Too Big to Fail in the HQ run was what heavily punished us for making a mistake, which was to score the City Works. We definitely had no reason to score the City Works. I have a second. Yeah, I don't actually think the eye for eye was that great. Like, it was a burner, it's actually worse for us. It's weird how that is. Yeah, the Soch deck. Imagine we gave it a bad publicity too. But like at the end of the day, all this influence was spent on us not rising ice. So woof. Woof, 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 woof at the moon. Let's run it back. I think we mismanaged that disastrously. Hey, cheers. I think Modernism is actually pretty hard right now. On the basis that like all the runners have a lot of like central server pressure. Like Modernism back in the day when you played against Shaper, like there was not much they were going to do to you besides indexing and then eventually set up like RDIs. But currently it's like you have to dodge trick shots, you have to dodge burners, you have to dodge a lot of stuff. Have you considered threat level alpha over one of your public trails doesn't require interaction? Just that you have 6 more credits than them? I actually considered that when I was at Worlds at COS. I was like, oh, threat level alpha is something. However, threat level alpha is 3 influence, so it does have a bit of implication on the MU, but you generally don't have that good money. Hey, I played against Jimmy at COS. Modernism only works on Crim? No, I think it's actually not that hard for an Anarch to step out of line. Thanks, you too. All right, Ken, we're going to ice up HQ and Hostile on the following turn. We're going to hope that Ken is playing Swift. This sounds pretty good. At least the big rig came down before the ice got rezzed, yeah. And I honestly think like the big rig was going to struggle into barriers if we were very careful how we res stuff. Okay. So what's our turn here? We can Angelique HQ, but I want to keep it because we have end of line Angelique once we're on threat. So I think we just do this. We probably should have drawn once, yeah. Okay, good thing we didn't draw an Afshar there. We would look like fool. It's 2? It's 2? I thought it was 3. It's still pretty expensive. I was actually playing against Jimmy, if I'm not mistaken, at COS, and Jimmy was not respecting snare. Jimmy was like trick shotting last click. I think at that point he kind of had to because I was pretty far ahead. All right, 23 cards. This is how our money should be. Hey, Cyberseal, thanks for the game. Kichiko goes super hard, even if it gets walled by theirs. Good game. Yeah, I think I definitely did not need to score that agenda out. Oh, that was a big mistake. Debbie's coming down early. Just clean for creds. Ken hasn't fired. Now Ken fires. Into a trebuchet. That's not great. I honestly think we trashed the daily casts. That's a really scary face check. Okay, so this run is just going to be +4 credits, but lose 6 credits. I guess +5. Actually, it's neutral because of Debbie. I think Daily Cast is going to give much more money than Debbie's going to over the next 3 turns. So we could do Rashida, Angelique. New trace tech, yeah, it's been around for a while. What gets me is if I need to move my face. If you hit that button, it doesn't submit it. It just fills the box, and then you have to click something else. I was struggling for a while with it. I think we do Rashida, Angelique, Rashida, and see how they interact with it. How much ice is in this deck? 13, I think. It's a bit low on ice. Oh shit, Hermes. Okay. So with Hermes, I'm gonna res this Rashida. That's not good. Maybe that was the wrong Rashida to res. I need to think about it. Like that. Oops, inside job bravado twinning. Have a tag. So if this Rashida fires, we can win here. Okay. This is why you play snare. Yeah, Jimmy had snares in his outfit I played against. All right, so if Rashida fires and we hit a public trail, we win. We did not hit a public trail. Feels bad. All right. Okay, so we'll put this on R&D for obvious reasons, and I think we need to get the second Rashida to fire. We don't really need the HQ ice. I'm not too worried about anything going through the trebuchet just yet. And now we need to score the next agenda. We ideally get another ice behind the Pharaohs because this deck is on 3 inside job for sure. Are you on 2 kind of? No. Our only upgrades are 2 copies of Angelique, which ideally we use for either table presence or for the expendability to do 1 more damage into the combo turn. Snare on Angelique would feel so good. Yeah, unfortunately, it's like they have to run it, and they probably often don't run it. All right, we have 3 end lines. That's not good. So let's do server 2. We'll set up to push next turn. We're not going to push this turn, which is a bit of a bummer. HQ. We have to worry about inside job Hermes, so we'll put a second ice on R&D, and then we'll just throw out one of these. Next turn we do install advance, and then we're technically on game point. Jam the snare. They never run the remote server. You know Ken's definitely going to run HQ. Ken might never run this remote server. There's no breakers. There's no inside job. There's no boomerangs. The snare's way better in hand than anywhere else. We actually might see a sneak draw beta. The team that represented Deb Dive, Pineapple, Janky Cheese had snare in every corp deck. Sounds like Deb Dive. Like on 7 credits, knowing we're on a snare deck, there's like no reason for Jimmy to run the remote server. So this is 6 damage. This also cannot be bounced by Hermes because it's not unresed. Oh, Stone Chip's gonna be big. Does Carpe do trick Ken without running? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you'll see it here. It's good. It's just a sure gamble. And then it actually fires Swift as well because it is a run event. So you can Swift Carpe Diem and not run. Is there a reason why you don't run Archive on Carpe Diem when it's open on turn 1 card hidden? It depends. Sometimes you do, because if you hit Public Trail, you could hit Economic Warfare. Making runs for no reasons can be risky. Okay, they're popping their Stone Chip. I'm happy with that. It fires Class Act, but you actually want to keep that card for a kill combo. So here we could do a double install. We only on 14 credits. We don't want to score this out because then they can bounce. It's not going to be that bad if they bounce with Hermes, but then we discard 2 cards. So we can either put a Spin Doctor on the table or we can ice up something. Icing of Archives is like, there's going to be dirty laundries and stuff. We don't need to res this. I wonder if 1 year for the team tournament, I should look for a team that'll do meme teams rather than tryharding Vancouver crew. I don't know if I've ever done like a meme team for COS. But I also, the last couple of years, only get to play COS and don't get to play Worlds. So it's my Worlds. Yeah, why not both? That's true. Oh, Boomerang on HQ. Okay, so we'll see inside job into HQ. That's fine. Carpe Diem is on Archives. You can't really afford the face check. That's plus 5 credits with Debbie. 17 credits is pretty good. It's going to be hard to Public Trail. It's an inside job. So If we res this Winchester, we go down to 10. I don't think Jimmy can run this remote server, so we can just eat the boomerang. And if the snare hits here, I don't think it's going to be that difficult. We would actually, if we had one Neurospike, the snare would matter. Is this for single? Oh, Spin Doctor, that was the best hit. Feels bad. All right, well, at least mutual. Carmen. Okay, Carmen doesn't deal with this too well. This is 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a lot. Huh, that's a top deck. So we can do too big to fail and then jam depending on what happens. Okay, this is a trebuchet. We're on 3 bad publicity better, 1 red cap is out. So we can either push the above the law. I think we're going to do too big to fail to get the 4 bad publicity. And then Val and Chow R&D to stop the central runs. And then we'll push the above the law next turn. Some sort of food-based team. Glizzy quest. I know Odanuva's thing was to do Zato Bathinimus, and that was his goal. I don't know if the deck won a lot, but he fired it at least once, and that was good enough for him for his COS, which, like, yeah, I get it. That's cool. Legwork. Okay. Is there anything we want to res? No. 5 credits. Now, that is 4 bad publicity. This is going to be a lot of money, too. Fuck. 6. Oops. Hit a snare. Got him. Oh, what the hell? That's cheating. Oh, we got lucky though. Legwork more like dead girl. Nice, GG. Oh my god. Are we even top deck the public trail? GG. Yeah, I think sending HQ there's reasonable. We've scored only 2 agendas. We've gone through like 23 cards. It tracks. Even if the agenda was stolen there, would be fine. We had the public trail, so we're okay there. Yeah. I stabbed Odanuva's Atea during COS, but I believe he told me that he managed to get the Zato Bathinimus kill once on the day. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I guess Steelskin didn't even save. Burner. Holy crap. This deck is probably not running Diversion of Funds. It's probably running Burner because it's better. Good game. Lol, so good. Yo, Jonas, how's it going? Maddie just made food. Maddie, what did you make? It smells good. She can't hear me. She has headphones on. Oh, no. I think we probably can make changes to this deck after. Snare is the best card in it. Freedom. That's always a frightening matchup. I remember playing against Freedom back in the day. Playing Modernism. Best of luck. Have fun. I think this hand is fine. I think we can actually Pharaohs on HQ. We want a good piece of ice on HQ. No bad man or public trail, the double end line. Nah. Jimmy's nice. We could have. Tucana's cracked enough. It is, but that's a totally different deck, right? Fucking. Always the best top deck. It's like, oh, this hand's actually pretty good now. I'm just going to put this on HQ and click for credit. We could have drawn. I'm not going to draw last click because then we can make fun of me. And I want to avoid that. I don't like Mercury. It's too high variance. Andre Snare and Alpha. But yeah, but this makes sense. This is like a game plan. This is Modernism. This is like 2014 Classic. This is not. It is a game plan. The game plan is this protects your rest of your game plan. You play Behold. Don't even. Behold R plus is not Mercury. Part of it's good manners. He wouldn't know. There was no way out. Didn't possibly misplay. Yeah, you're right. You could show that, be like, hey, no matter what, this is going to be not great for you. Oh, Boomerang HQ. Okay. Well, Pharaohs actually has text, which is fun. Leech. If they run this last click, it's up to them to decide how the game might end. Leech is going to be a problem. We're going to Noma Virus. That is one of the cool things about Pharaohs, is that it has 3 subs. Daily cast. Okay, I don't think they're running this turn. Last click, send it HQ. Take snare. Flatline. It's sick. You can do it. Oh, come on. R&D snare. Fuck. It's not good. I honestly think that we don't score the hostile. Okay, wait, we probably want to score the hostile. They're going to go centrals for a single. We can let our R&D open for one turn. Otherwise, we can get a trebuchet down. I'm just going to go for this. We'll get the trebuchet next turn. Maybe we actually want to put the trebuchet down because then they're more likely to run HQ, and that's where the snare lives. Price, liberates, botchless, crew, fermenter. So virus freedom with ice destruction, but it's on Keiko. I'm not sure if there were lists at... I haven't been familiar with the different freedoms that were at Worlds. All right, fermenter, we're trashing stuff. Snare, 2 and 41. Spin Doctor for 2 credits, not even viruses. They want to trash something here. Rashida for 1 credit. Your freedom ability, running last click. Snare wins. No snare. They know it's a trebuchet. Break lock. It's all trebuchets. We'll purge next turn. They actually might want to not use their boomerang until we purge. They had bad publicity. Oh, piss. You're right. Yeah, that stuff's free. That was 1 bad publicity. No, they actually spent 2 credits on it. Bonhar, Devil Charm. Great. A 6 strength ice into Devil Charm is not very good. So here we either purge, which they kind of need the money. They'll be on 2 credits next turn. If they run the Pharos, we're relatively happy. Banhar, we're pretty happy to Banhar. Like, that's the cool thing about Modernism is cards in hand matters into the sort of ID. Now, obviously, they're breaking your ice and you're not happy about that, but you know what I mean? We need to draw really well out of this hole, and we only have 2 Spin Doctors and 36. I think playing the 49 versus 44, you feel it in this archetype, not playing Built to Last. All right, this is going to be 1 net damage, but we have to res all our ice anyways to keep with the leech. So this is 1 net damage. Oh, they banned hard R&D. Never mind, I can't read. Alice. Not fair. That was meant to be a snare. We're on game point. All right, clear to tag. Public jail does not win. They can deal with this. We don't have that much money. We want to ideally keep one of these trebuchets to hit, so it depends where the Banhar goes. This doesn't seem great. I don't feel like we're in control. I think the runners are doing much more faster that we have to deal with than us. We're just trying to like thread the needle and hope. Banhar's on server 2. Moshing. We've seen 1 steel skin so far. Pinhole, moshing. Devil Charm. Sorry, Pinhole, moshing, Devil Charm. Steel skin check. 2 are out. I think they came off the first prize. Audrey. Cool. Haven't played against Audrey in a minute. We really need this Rashida. They just can't run last click safely. Okay. So this is where like a threat level alpha wins the game. All right. Spin Doctor's okay. Angelique Valenchao is interesting. So they can always run HQ. I actually think that we just push out the City Works, right? We might want to do Angelique, Spin Doctor, Res Spin Doctor. Okay, thinking. This is a hard hole to get out of slightly. Like, we need to be a bit careful here. So the snare is good. The above the law is good. City Works is good. Spin Public Trail end of line. They haven't made a run. They need to make a successful run for that. So we do Spin Doctor to set up. I want to get the City Works out of hand unless we score it. Yeah, the other option is like Angelique in here and then double ice it. But I'm not sure what server we have to double ice because Banhar is really tricky. Above needs Audacity. No, above we just put on the table behind 2 ice. Like it actually might be above Valenchao Angelique and we just score that next turn. I'm fine with that. Oh, the problem is, can we res both of these? Yeah. Yeah, we make money. Yeah, see Snare and Wayland. I hit the like button. We're going for flatline. Yeah, we're playing Modernism. We're generally not scoring to 7. We are flatlining runners. It's been mixed. It's not a polished list. I honestly do think Icewall has a slot in this deck. But it's been fine. It's been okay. Runners are like hitting snares and public trail underlining. Hey Stream, hey Izzy. How you doing? You enjoying the Vermont colors in the trees? We come in to see the leaves change. Boomerang. This is fine. There's a chance that this... We just res this. This does 3 damage. It's been mixed, Corpse in 2024. Oh. This puts them down to no cards in hand. So we don't want to res the Trebuchet. I think we just destroy the Trebuchet. Table Snare would have been lethal. Okay, so if we top deck a Public Trail, we'll probably win. Hit Consume and Twinning. They can trash that for free. All right, Public Trail, 1 time. Q. Not you. Public Trail, 1 time. Damn it. Deck's not consistent enough. Like, this is ideally where you used to have Oaktown Renovation. You just ain't jammed in Oaktown. The problem with City Works is they can just get cards in hand and run it. It's 6 damage, yeah, but they just win the game. It doesn't matter. Like, they can just do draw, run. Like, that's when you're on game point, City Works is a lot worse. Pivot for the win here? No, pivot. Oh, no, pivot's a double. We can't pivot for the win here. If we had pivot. We're on threat, but it's 2 clicks to play 1 operation. That's not good enough. I honestly think we go for the red cap. We'll see what happens. Like, we don't want to score this, but we will. Pivot plays the Puppet Trail at the end of the line. Yeah, but we only have 2 clicks. Right? Like, we Spin Doctored. If the Spin Doctor was a pivot, yeah, we would have it. But we can't Spin Doctor into pivot. I totally forget. Wait. How many cards they have? We're on Punitive in this list, aren't we? Wait, we have Punitive in here. I totally forget we have Punitive in the deck. I need to play around that we remember we have Punitive. I think we definitely need to have at least 1 pivot in the deck because we have both Punitive and... Oh, we lose. Oh, good game. Don't they just draw 1 and Audrey? Sorry? I think they need to have Audrey has 2 counters on it. Yeah, they need a botch list. Yeah, we lose. Imagine if it was a snare in here instead. I know. I am not doing... Table Snare would have won twice over. I think you're right. Table Snare would have been sick. Okay, so we understand that we can Table Snare a bit hard. This looks more like a Rashida than an Agenda. Stomped. Just stomped. Good game. The ice text is like, it's interesting. They have to play around our ice text, but they're just getting in there. Thanks for the game. So that's not working. Okay, we gotta make some changes. So we're winning, not because they can't get into the remote server, but because they're just like, the runner's getting a bit too comfortable. So what can we change? The red cap has been not great, but it's a 1 if you're hoping not to draw it. Above the loss seems important. The Atlases are actually really important because of consistency. Like, this might be better, but then we have to do install advance the Atlas. I think that's fine. Snares are sick. Rashidas are fine. Play Audacity. I don't think our problems were getting to 5 points and losing. Like, we definitely want a pivot because I forgot we're on a punitive deck. -1 Public Trail, +1 Thread, Alvatron. How's it going? We don't have the money for it usually. Like, the problem is we're just not drawing into our Public Trails. And we can't pivot into public threat level alpha. I'm not sure if it's a thing. Balance Shout might be too expensive. We res it for usually free. -1 punitive, +1 pivot. Yeah, I think that's reasonable considering we're only on 3 3-pointers. We probably don't need every single punitive. Because maybe 1 punitive is enough. Last night you said the RPC deck should be on pivot. What's the use case for that deck? Just using it to grab a Biotic or RPC in hand. Because if you don't have a Biotic or RPC, the deck loses. So you just do pivot, not on threat, just add the Biotic to your hand and say I'm comboing next turn. Under the bus plus red cap. So I don't really want the red cap because I don't think we're going to score out. Under the bus, like, if we're losing consistently to Banhar, which it seems like we are, we could play one under the bus and even, like, pivot for it sometimes. I'm not sure if we want under the bus. I feel like we need other ice. Like, I feel like we just need cheap ice. One public trail, +1 threat level, -2 punitive, +2 gov sub. I feel like punitive is good, but maybe we should just focus on not playing punitive and just do city works. I could see that being fine. I would do maybe one under the bus, one gov sub. But I'm not convinced that our problems are solved by having gov sub doesn't seem great. Maybe an enemy would be nice. An enemy is way too situational. You need them to run an enemy on a board state in which it matters, and then the smart play is to take the enemy damage and just jack out. And then if we can't win, it's not worth anything. See, it works great with the Vested Trust, sort of, but I don't think that's what we want the deck to be doing. Like, if you're playing Divested Trust, which I wouldn't recommend, you probably want to be playing only 3-pointers. King Collateral DJ, which is okay with bus. It is okay. It's definitely okay. Like, there's good targets for it. DJ's good. Banhar is obviously good. Kind of it. I think we actually dropped the gov sub and we just played like an ice wall or something. Nuka's niche. If it's a 6 counter Nuka, 3 counter, sorry, like a 6 draw Nuka, 1 draw Nuka, I don't know. Maybe we just play an ice wall. Seems really silly, but I'll try it. Pinnacle, how's it going? What the list is really missing is the Argus ability to punish stealing. Yes, I agree. Like, this doesn't feel great. When they touch our cards, we're just like, oh, huh. As opposed to when Argus was always online. Like, this is what we're learning. Well, mind you, nobody plays Modernism in Standard right now, so I don't think it's going to be the easiest thing to nail, but we're trying to get fine. Ping instead of ice. So the thing is, like, we don't want to put ice that's situational, right? Like, if I think we're going to play ping, I'd rather play Funhouse because that is good on every run. But ping is just like, oh, okay, I'll clear the tag. Like, we can't win on ping unless they let us win on ping. Is Amazing Amusements unique? No, it's not, but it's 3 influence. Don't you need wall-to-wall if you play S-wall? Not at all. No, we just want a cheap gear check. All right, playing against Ken, we have an Afshar for HQ, hedge fund. We can put Balance Out on R&D, and then our remote server will be Trebuchet into something. Amazing is not unique, is it? I remember watching Captain put 2 in a remote server. Oh, it is unique. So I guess they just put 2 in a remote server to have 2 in a remote server. It is unique. Okay. I run this one 1x data loop. I would only run data loop if... Actually, it's not bad, but I think then you play something closer to, like... Was it Odal's deck? Or sorry, Longy's deck last year from Worlds? Which is like on 3 punitive. And you wouldn't play Public Trail in the line. Actually, maybe you would. Huh. Or else you could double it for 2 tags. You mean 4 tags. All right, so it's Ken. So we're just going to ice down our 2 central servers we care about. I like to have this one on centrals more often than remote. And then idea we do Trebuchet into end the run. The problem is like inside job beats Trebuchet, but if that's the case, we still want our end the run on the inside. Yeah, Lady Killer, that's the one. Phonatria, it's a neat idea. How much influence is Phonatria? I'm surprised Phonatria sees no play outside. Oh, it's 2. Wait, that's really funny. Wait a second. Wait, that's sick. I just don't know what influence we take out of the deck, though. All our influence is so important. We can't win without Public Trail. Snare is the best card in our deck, it seems. You can res the second one to trash the first one during a cup run to guarantee the tags. How? All right, this is a Valen Chow that just fires. I think we'll take it. Face checking when you have no cards installed is really good into outfit because the trebuchets don't do anything. I think a lot of players install cards before they face check into outfit because you're assuming they're on 3x trebuchets. You want to face check with no board state. I like what our opponent did there. I'd rather go HQ than R&D. Yeah, this is much better. If that was a trebuchet, we can't res it and you get an access. Fortunately, they lost more money. They also play 2 runs in a turn, which like that's because they want to play the class act and not lose it to trebuchet. Okay. Seems okay. We're too bad publicity. Class act, we could technically under the bus, but I don't think it's that important. They're running the remote and plan to uninstall a maze versus compilation. If you instead res the second compilation elsewhere and trash the first one, the persistent ability causes it to still fire. Wait, what? This is for the whole run, not for the access step? You're telling me if the corporation trashes a res amaze during a run, the amaze text lasts, even if the corporation trashes it? Alex, is that what you're saying? I had no idea. Oh, it's a Rosetta deck. We turned away. Yeah, I don't think that works. I think it's only during access. I don't think that works. I think persistent is only during the breach. Okay, so what happened? So they're just going to set up as quickly as possible. That's not great for us, but such as these sort of decks. So Rosetta is a bit cursed. And so they're just going to sit back and then do coalescence into coalescence into coalescence. So they have a click for 4 button for a couple turns. I don't love it. Luckily, we are fast. And by fast, I mean slow. This is the innermost is a bit sus, but what can we do? Yeah, persistent is runner trashes while accessing, yeah. Cool. This card is a mistake. Going to sit back there and install all the breakers. Innermost is where you want Val? Yeah, because it might end the run. I just think they're going to have more money than us because they can do this. Oh, I know who Invader is. Wait a second. This is a really good player. This is a Smurf. Oh, okay. This is going to go poorly. I know he was playing this. All right, Breaker Suite's coming out. We have the pivot. Oh, I wish we had Punitive. I think we just set this up and push. Wild to see this out of Ken. It's because of the 17 influence. Because you play Muse, Coalescence, Coalescence, Coalescence. I think Cleaver, Buzzsaw. Oh, no, sorry. Do Muse, Coalescence, Coalescence, Coalescence. Then you play Turbine. And then you play Cleaver and maybe Buzzsaw. Don't know how your teammates are. I'm not saying it's a teammate. I was like, that name is familiar, though. I've played against Invader before. Server. We need to set up a run. So this is the best run we have, and then we'll do City Work. So we can do pivot end of the line, maybe. II City, I want to do on top of the Angelique. I feel like Turbine Kuru is fine enough. A 3-string Kurapura versus a 5-string Cleaver is like very, very different. And Cleaver's only, what, 2 influence? You could do it if you find a better way to spend influence, but like the beauty of Rosetta is you find Turbine, so you might as well just get the best breakers as fast as possible. Got bullied by this yesterday, seemed cool. Yep. So the Turbine will just come out next click. Oh, never mind, it's coming out. Rosetta is a mistake. Now the question is like, oh, we have it. So Valenchow gets broken for, it's still 6 strength. Trebuchet is still 6 strength. Revolver still has to boost once. It's going to be pretty bad. Gotta go. Thanks for streaming. Hey, Christy, thanks for dropping in, huh? I feel like numbers of Valenchow are too low to play it anywhere except outfit. I don't know. I actually think it's 6 strength code gates are worth something. I think we saw this in like R+, because if you res it for the tag, it's kind of reasonable. Ooh, we're building. Pivot into on threat, pivot into too big to fail is not even the worst. So how do we lose? Oh, the deck's on no free lunch. We're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem. Piranhas gets played? Yes. I think a tag Valenchow is actually kind of interesting. NFL hits the table. Yeah, I think the deck is on multiple NFLs too. Yeah, I don't think we have a win rate. What happens here is our opponent has to be worried about has to be a bit worried about what's it called? Neurospike. Because this looks like Neurospike. The upgrade here looks more like a Malapert than anything else. And if that's Neurospike, then our opponent needs to get down on Class Act. Piranhas is bad. Piranhas is fine. It seems playing a very narrow set of decks. It was really good back in the day when Buzzsaw Turbine was the biggest thing, because it's still expensive to break. Free bad publicity. We have a wake. Yo, Jai, how's it going? Are you back on your Terra Firma? Do we just sit on the CWP until we have something new to jam? I think so. But then there's no reason not to score it. Like, it gets us up to pivot. I mean, whatever. I'll advance it. I'll bite. I think I'm going to keep everything besides this card. Table snare? I don't know if our opponent has any reason to run anything on the table. Does Pivot say you have to install the revealed card? No, it's optional. You may play or install. They can't force you to play cards usually. I got 2 vaccinations at the same time yesterday and it has messed me up. Yo, Patrick, hope you're feeling okay, man. Which one did you get? Did you get the flu shot? I think Maddie was meant to get that today, but decided wasn't the best week for it. Oh man, I threw that card out. That's fine. This gets tracked for bad publicity. Okay. I'll do face down for mystery. Actually, letting that get trashed for bad publicity is maybe fine for us. So we need this to res so that we can maybe score off red cap. Like we have a line of red cap into, and we have to make the Waken plan spend a bit of credits running HQ. So we'll just do this. You can't be made to play cards. Let me introduce Opal. I think also one of the activations, or sorry, one of the, I've been told one of the clearances forced you to play cards. I think Ultraviolet forced you to install cards. Okay, this can get us to 4 bad publicity. So we res this functionally for 2 credits. I think resing it for 2 credits is fine. This is the second diversion of funds. That drops us down to 7. This remote server is still frightening. And like this is still scaling. I'm not going to break it. Would you mention the funny Opal interaction yesterday? Yeah, they had to errata it. It was a problem. Not that that card saw a lot of play anyways. But this server is, we've made a taxing server. We're more worried about the Waken plants, but the Waken plants at least can hit snares. 7 to 15, and I threw out a too big to fail like a chump. I think pivot actually was the thing to throw out there. Oh, never mind. So public trail, we probably actually have to play a public trail just to get the no free lunch to be cracked. No, because then our opponent probably doesn't crack it. So either we keep Angelique to do an additional damage or we put Angelique on the table. I think putting Angelique on R&D is kind of fine. We haven't seen a console yet. I'm assuming it's Hermes. But we want our opponent to find the snare. It looks like to our opponent we're on a Neurospike waiting room, so he might have to interact. Looks like we're forgetting the scoring has half of Super Modernism. We can't really score. We're not able to score anymore. We need to get like public trail into public trail. Okay, if he hits a snare here, we're in an okay spot. Hard to get that under 8 credits at the point. That's why we play 2. But these runs are actually kind of expensive. Like this is 5 or 6. This is 3. Pivot. Beans. Might need to trash that. Yeah, that's fine. You have no kill threat? We have kill threat. We have Neurospike kill threat. It's just not real. We're so cooked. Oh, this is exactly the hand we need though. The problem is we can't hold all of it. Please run the table. Pivot can pull agendas, it can. The thing is, if there's Rashida on the table, I don't know if our opponent has to run server 5. Need a bow. Thanks for stream, Zeeg. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the kind words as well. Hopefully you're having a good rest of your week. We won't be here on Thursday for what it's worth. There's no way. Fuck. I think we have a window. Oh, I forgot about Hermes. That's fine. The deck's on, I think, 3 of these. Just score the city and jam. It's the best we have. It's not very good, though, because you're going to run R&D in C3. Or, sorry, C4. And we can't beat that. We just need to score out on a Hermes turn before it's, like, really bad for us. I think we score throughout the Atlas. I hope they bounce the snare. I think the read is server 5 at this point is not a Rashida, so there's no reason to run it. There's a chance putting the snare on top of the CityWorks was the better play. Snare necessary in Atlas new server. It might have worked. Yeah, it looks like there's no chance that. The problem is like if the first one doesn't get run, the second one probably will get run, because that's usually what you do. Now this deck actually doesn't have that much money, right? Like after it does its combo stuff, it like runs out of money. There's only one snare in here. That's a problem, is we can't shuffle this one back. Searing 0 cards, good. Got a diversion and a boomerang, that's good. Runs out of money, fat publicity. Yeah, but you need money for the public trails. You're not wrong. But it's not like it's gonna have a huge amount of money. The bad publicity is actually getting taxed out. This ice is good. So knows that we drew this. There's no snares in R&D. That's the saddest part. Eventually, he will run out of cards. Overinstall snare in server 5? The thing is, like, I don't know what happens if he runs this. Like, what happens if he runs this? What happens if he doesn't run this? Like, then we have to overinstall it. Yeah, there's always a snare in R&D? No, there's not, because they're all on the table. We literally can't get a snare in R&D this turn. There's no way to do it. And a big thing here is our opponent is like respecting, like not sending it and just like taking risks. I think we've seen a lot of our opponents today who are taking risks. Debbie's pretty good. So we need a Biovault to double advance on top, and we should just play PTL Glacier. Holloman on top of snare is kind of sick. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of those. I will not spend Dr. Cards back in here. Gonna go see it. Punitive would be so good. No, my snare. I need to get these back in R&D. Oh, that's really bad. So yeah, we're gonna lose the careful play. If we can't get ahead of this, we don't have a chance. 2 NFL is a problem. I think the best thing for us is if our opponent goes down to less than 8 credits. Oh, never mind. They may run HQ after the Hermes bounce. That would be kind of cool. Snare in 5 is cooked. It's been on the table for so long. Yeah, there's no reason for our opponent to run it now. It's been on the table forever. Like if it's a Rashida, we would have fired it. If it's an agenda, we might have scored it. Is it a B1001? Like it's probably garbage, and our opponent sees that. We did shuffle too, so the top of R&D is entirely unknown. You think we concede? $15 cards left. We might concede. Let's just have some fun. Oh, sorry. Can't win against NFL? We can. We could. It's possible. Like, we just need to land a public trail and then clear 2 NFLs and then go again on a later turn. The issue is there's 3 NFLs. Your opponent seems like a real jerk. Tell me about it. Playing carefully and shit. I do think Rosetta is like hella toxic. Okay, sick. Thinking. If we res the border control, they have to consider running back. 5 bad publicity is broken for 1. This is broken for nothing. Oh, this is all free. Thinking. Do you not have red cap? We have 1 red cap. So we can win off red cap into hostile. Like we can win. They're just both 1-ofs. Because we're not structured like a real outfit deck. Res or the jack out? No, but on 5 bad publicity, like the jack out kind of makes sense. I mean, sorry, the no res kind of makes sense. I think we're just gonna res everything. You want to res for the bounces? No, the snare is getting bounced. Like this costs real money, which is good. We'd res that after he confirms an axis. We're just shortcutting. Get him. Carpe diem, Chesva. Get him. It doesn't cost anything anymore. Now it doesn't. It did right then, I think. 10 cards left. We're the grinder. We're the grinder. What are you gonna do? Clear a tag? Whoa. Oh, we don't have enough money. Imagine this was an Atlas, though. Help, everything hurts. Eventually, our opponent will run out of bullets. Always glad to see live while I'm on lunch. Deadman, I need help. We're dying out here. It's been really bad. We're getting bullied. We were meant to be the bully, and we're getting bullied. Debbie, sick. We have to spin to draw more snares. Yeah, it's our only out. Or like the deck will eventually run out of revolvers. I think it probably is on 2. And maybe it actually has a real Carmen in it. Cost 1 real credit with Debbie, no, but don't worry about it. GG for trying to be a big old meanie. I'm just doing this sort of Netrunner we did for a long time. 17-9. 6 bad publicity. Any point in time we can top deck the win. I'm going to res this. Bad publicity doesn't matter. It's all about, do you have enough bullets? You can run through this functionally maybe 4 times. 3 times. 3 times. 4 times. 4 times. 4 times. Now you're going to lock 2. That's okay. We're going to use the spin doctor to shuffle. This is a bad game in Netrunner. No one's learning anything. Okay, that's not good. No agendas for no one. What's the conceit of the deck? Dave, we're playing Modernism, so like public trend line going fast. Issue is we got breakers resetted out by turn 2. And the money's been pretty okay now that we're on 7 bad publicity. I pay 4. He pays 8 or at NFL. Winner. Oh, we don't have snare money. I was wondering if you run server 5 this turn after we're on 3 credits. No. Yeah, that's fair. So fair. Could you show the heap at some point for research processes? Yeah, the heap. Yeah, you can. It's no surprises. I think you can see all the influence on the table right now. Yeah, table snare was sniffed out. It's really hard to table snare. No, I'm not firing the subroutine. Yeah, sniffed out so hard, and like rightfully so. I don't believe in table snare, but in this matchup, like, what are you putting on the table? Our opponent wants us to fire Rashida. Us drawing 3 cards so that he can run HQ is like fine. Like, I think if anything, it's remote snare, not like empty remote snare. Andre's not a QTM player. I don't think QTM is winning from table snare. Does Modernism just mean kill plus go fast, or does it mean more specific combo? Classically, it means go fast, have a bit of program destruction on your ice, and then have it like a meat damage kill combo. So the runner can't keep up with your speed while respecting that. Classically, snare was a big card in it, and Scorched Earth was too. And I think specifically the archetype calls out that having a way to trash programs is part of it. Maximizing the R&D hits, yeah, there's no reason for him not to run without seeing 4 cards here. If we don't get a spin doctor, we can still win for what it's worth. Like, we have to get lucky. It looks like there's no HQ multi-access, but if he steals the last hostile, we lose. So he's going to see 3 here. Can't fire snare. Knows where all the snares are. Actually doesn't know where 1 snare is, but we can't fire it. I take full credit for there being lots of Ken Tenma. Everyone's stickered up. Okay. Game point. 10 strength Pharaohs. Genuinely taxing. For both of us. 3 Pillars of Wayland. Kill. Rig shoot speed. Yeah. I gave it 49 Ken stickers. Yo, get out. Very much a Ken enjoyer. Would be happy to go back to him as much as I've been jamming as at the moment. I don't know. I think my problem with like Ken and a lot of the criminals right now is that they all just kind of do the same deck. Right? Like I think Ken's being played here not so much because of Ken. It's nice to have Ken, but like 17 influence. Like could you play this in Zaya? Yeah, if you had 17 influence, you might consider it. I don't know how much money Ken is given. It's probably actually a fair bit. So the next 1 card on R&D is known. I think it's fair to assume we have nothing in hand. Oh, I thought that our opponent was just going to hit the Waken Plant. I guess this means I have nothing trashable in hand. That's also a fair assumption. All right, we have 1. Okay, so now we have to draw. Draw. That's really important. Okay, so we kept Knowledge League, we kept a Spin Doctor. We can shuffle back in 2 snares. We can fire 1 of them. We're winning. We're definitely winning. So winning. Only 8 more hit points. I swear to God. Wait, is there any chance there's an Ashen in here? 2, 4, that'd be absurd. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. No, influence accounted for. So we need the Spin Doctor to draw into one of our agenda points, and we need to keep it in hand. The question is wasting a click on this server more important? Are we ever going to use this remote server for the rest of the game? I say no. I think it's more important on this turn that we just waste a click. Because we're going to draw with the Spin Doctor and then running HQ matters. That was the most tense count to 17. Okay, step 1. Hold the hostile. I'll do 2 known snares so the face down snare can be our little secret. Witnessing levels of cope I've not thought possible. If we fire 3 snares. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many agendas are left in the deck? 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 4 agendas, 2 snares. 4 agendas, 2 snares. 4 agendas, 2 snares. Revolver's empty. We could win. Only 1 snare. Fuck. Shit. No, no. GG. Not even close. We got him down to 5 cards, right? Like we actually have an attritional game plan at some point. It's going to be really bad for us, but we just need the agenda to hold out. We need to get the red cap. We need to score the hostile. So we score the hostile next turn, draw 3 and hope. We honestly could have won. It was super low odds, but like there was some winning there. If the snare hit and not the agenda, there was a line, kind of. It was, there's technically, like, you can argue there's a line. Like, I'm not playing a 25-minute game and not holding on to my line. That wasn't close. All right, the deck is still holding on at a 50% casual JNet play rate. Could we be playing Economic Warfare? Slots? Like, the issue is slots. Like, we're not losing because they have 4 more credits than the public trade. We're losing because they have too many cards in hand and because our ice is expensive. Like, I think for what it's worth, all the opponents we've been playing, we've been icing up both central servers, and the issue is, like, we can't and we shouldn't. Classically, you didn't in this matchup, and we are, and that seems like it's hurting us. Drop boarding control. I think boarding control is pretty good. I think we should just drop the Pharaohs. They're too expensive, and just play 2 ice walls. Play 2 Maskarovkas. It's an ice wall. It almost doesn't matter when BP makes your ice transparent, so you can't tax. You can click tax. On the most important turns, you actually end up click taxing, and it also matters for like central server runs like Chistushka and stuff. Not enough jammables if we're going lighter on centrals. Yeah, it's like Jam Rashida and Hope. I think you're right. Rongi, how's it going? I've tried to fit Trust Operation to Modernism, but it didn't work out. Trust Operation. What's Trust Operation? How's it going? Is that the tag one? Yeah, I don't believe in that. I haven't found any success with this card. It's really hard to set up. I think like I've seen it only in like R+ with Hydra. How does Behold compare to Snare in this deck? Worse. Because it's not that we need tags, is we need tags and cards out of hand. Right? Like if they hit a Behold on 5 cards in hand, they have 2 tags. We honestly can't win on 2 tags. But if they have a single tag and 2 cards in hand, that gives them the choice, right? How's it going, Magnus? Like the idea is that this happened in a couple of our games already today. They hit a snare, they're down to 2 cards, and they have to decide, do they clear the tag or do they draw? And there's a no winning line to that. If they just hit 2 snares, the only thing they exactly lose to is us having both end the lines, and that's actually less likely than us having Public Trail and or end the line, I think. Why aren't we playing Mad? Huh, that's an option. I don't think Mad works that well with end the line, but that's definitely an option. Yeah, that seems like an interesting choice. We play 1 Mad as like a combo closer to be like, oh, we have 6 ice resed. That might actually beat our opponent there. This doesn't have the influence for Data Loop, does it? It could, but then we'd have to eat the like I think if we're playing Data Loop, we'd probably change back to playing like a Lady Killer type deck and actually run Punitive. It's bad with Cityworks. Mad wants an SDS deck. Yeah, we're just trying not to lose on centrals, but I wonder if Mad is fine. Like, let's play cheaper ice and just Mad. Let's get rid of that under the bus and play 2 Mad, maybe? 50 cards, let's play 1 Mad, maybe? Are we actually playing Maskarovka? 13 ice? The problem with Sea Scorch is the end of line isn't Scorch and you can't do 8 damage off 1 tag. No, 100%, which is why we end up playing Angelique and why we need Snare and stuff like that. Like, that's where, like, the Cityworks makes sense. But I agree, it's, like, way worse than Sea Scorch Scorch, which was lethal on most board states. There's a reason people don't do this anymore. Mask is no better than Ice Wall here. Maskarovka Gaming Alert. We res it for 1, and it's harder to break into, like, Kurapira, into Amakua, into Audrey. Well, actually not into Audrey yet. I'm going to try it because it seems cute. 13 ice. This is what we had before. Before we had 5, 9, 13 ice. Yeah, we had 13 ice originally. We'll try this. Yeah, I'm assuming we res it for 1 in a lot of board states. 48 cards? No, I think we're on 49. We're on 48 cards. The heck? We're on 48 cards. You're right. I thought we were on 49. I added a card and said we're on 50. Thanks, you too. As a newer player, was Sea Scorch actually good at the time, or was it more of a new player kill trap? It was both. It was the ultimate new player kill trap, but it was like, it won the first Worlds, if that means something, which was only the core set. But in the core set, there was not that many weight damage mitigation things. I think it was just like Crash Space. But it was good. It was good. And you saw it played for years in different Wayland archetypes. All right, we have this hand is fine. It's not great, but it's fine. I can mulligan into a worse hand. We're against Lat, so we want to like, I don't think we need Ice HQ. We'll just put something on R&D, probably a Valenchow, and then we have 2 remotes over ice. I think we can keep this. Mull? Maybe we need a mull into something that's faster and more aggressive because we're not a good deck over many turns. We have to be a good deck right now. This is a worse hand. I mean, we were all new players during the first Worlds. That's true. Okay, so Rashida early is usually the play. I think we're just going to keep HQ open. We'll draw once. Imagine the Maskarovka fires and we get a Rashida. That won't run HQ, Shaper Law. Imagine this is the burner Lat and we lose on turn 1. More what I mean, was the mostly getting kills because runner skill level? No, because you could force Ian. What the fuck, man? You could force interactions where it was just like you either got onto the remote server and died or you didn't. Right, like it's definitely a new player trap where people die to it. Like I went to my first event and lost to like Sea Scorch at a CI and I was like, wait, this game is silly. And then you got better. Like you learned to play around it and you got Plascrete. Like there's ways. But if you look at deck lists that are published, tournament competitive deck lists for like the first 3 or 4 years, one Plascrete Carapace was a pretty common card because Sea Scorched was Common. Fuck. Did they ask for lat draw? They didn't. Okay. So we probably have agendas in hand. We don't want to do the hostile. So I think we're just going to put... How the hell do you play 9-card hand? We're going to have to discard a card. So we can put Spin Doctor to the table to deal with Lat. We can do Spin Doctor, Atlas, Border Control the remote. I like that, actually. Stacking double berries is, like, not great. Blast Grade seems like a really unfun tech card. It is. It is the worst, the most boringest of silver bullets. I agree. But it was a necessary evil at that time, especially when the game was young. But nobody was happy about playing the Blast Grades. But the question was, like, did you have the hubris to not play it, and did it matter? So I don't think we score the City Works. I think we just do Atlas, Border Control, and then next turn we hedge fund, and then we advance it. One of the decks I'm most nostalgic was Sea Scorch CI build. It was so fun. Yeah, I lost to that in my first meetup. The player I lost against turned out to be a really great friend that I've known and played card games with years. So I'm happy for that. But it was like, what the hell's going on? This is terrible. How's it going, Ryan? I boldly played DLR deck without Blastcrete for a while pre-paparazzi. Yep. If you're playing against ETF, you didn't need the Blastcrete. You knew your meta. I did play closed accounts in ETF as a joke. Hannah. We're cooked. Yeah. I'm okay if they trash. No, actually, I looked at the bin. I'll get those back in. So they can't get their lat draw this turn easily without committing a stone chip. This looks like Sokka's list. Cup kind of cooks his hand. Nah, it's fine. I miss closed accounts so much. SIU to close accounts with HHN was my jam. Cranked. You gotta have fun. Your opponent has to enjoy their game. That's brutal. Close accounts was like pretty messed up. As much as like it's not a card that people really remember of old Netrunner. Quite a lot of oh no, we're cooked moments, yeah. Oh, jig's up. I do want to get a near print of Market Forces. I'm not sure how you reprint that to make people feel happy about it. Madden to Hannah's pretty bad. So what are we throwing out here? Double Public Trail actually might matter because they have more than 8. So we can do Public Trail into something. It's either the Pivot or the Rashida, but I guess because we have Public Trail Pivot, we want to keep that. I'll throw out the Rashida. Flashgate was not great. The modern anti-kill solutions, mostly instant speed card draw like Stone Chip and Steel's getting a lot more fun. I'd argue Stone Chip at some point, like when it came out for a while, I was actually pretty upset about it because it was a trivial card to put in your deck to not die to things. And I think having a 1 influence not die card. Oh, I hope they don't run the remote server. It's all bears. Like that actually can feel pretty bad. I like that if you want to pill your tech cards, at least they have a bit of a downside and they're tempo negative. The fact that Stone Chip is not tempo negative is like, and one day it'll be a problem. Like it feels like now the kill decks have to be even killier. It's bullshit that Stone Chip exists and Best Defense doesn't. I partially agree, yeah. Thematic methods of not die are way more interesting. I hope Shapers get a more interesting anti-kill. Okay. I think they're gonna hold that Stone Chip for a minute. Why are you running? I don't have cards in here. I'm just an outfit deck on no bad publicity. You can't trash that. It's like 3 credits. That's so much money. And then you won't get your lat draw. Best Defense was a 0-cost card that just says trash a card with install cost equal to the amount of tags a runner has. But you didn't have to be tagged to play it. So you could just trash 0-cost cards for, I think it was 2. It was either 2 or 0. I think it was 2 cost. It was a very important card in certain metas where people were floating tags because you could trash consoles and stuff. But I hated this card because it just trashed 0-cost cards with no interaction. And I was a greedy little bugger who's playing off-campus apartment decks. So you just lose sometimes if they play it for no reason. They're just like, oh, trash 0, you lose 17 connections and the game's over. Like, I'm not a fan of cards like these. This feels notably very strange. Like, it does feel very Flashpoint, which is like, this is mean for no reason. Oh, that's not great. That's fine. Best Defense, Misdirection was common. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Misdirection is also like a card. I'm interested to see if Dawn has another way of interacting with tags. That's a bit more, I'm going to say nuanced. That's not actually, I hope they spend it here. They do. That's fine. As a shameless murder deck enjoyer, it's disheartening how much I've been running to Shaper 3x Stone Chip, some number of NFL, yeah, and Onicom, right? And Hyena. Like, I think there's another big reason why you don't play a deck like this. So we actually could pivot for an agenda. We might want to pivot for an agenda here. We could pivot for our big 5-3. We could do pivot advance. They have to run through 2 barriers and have enough cards in hand. Huh, is that correct? Obviously, we can just use the Alice to get the counter. That might be better because we can do install advance, or we can do install advance Angelique. Pivot for ATL for Alice? They can't break the remote twice with Propeller? Yo, Maskarovka stocks. Yeah, I think we Atlas for it, and then we do Angelique. I actually want to grab the 5-3 with this and do install advance Angelique, because that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. I'm going to try it because we still have pivot for kill combo. They haven't trashed the pivot yet. We can lose that at any point. Maybe we double advance it, because if we double advance it, we can score it next turn. Yeah, there's something to that too. Bring back Chinix Pavilion. Atlas is above the law. We have no above the laws in the deck. We cut them because we need Atlases. We'd have none. Woodstone should be less feel bad if you could only pop it on the runner's turn. Yeah, 100%. If they could only pop that on their turn, so they had to use that at their end of turn, if they think they're going to not die, it'd be so much less bad. Feels bad. No one would play Stone Ship under the condition? No, I think they still would. It's still good. You just have to figure out when to use it. It's still a click to draw 2, which is fine. And allows you to hit lat triggers. It would be a lot worse, but it'd be a much more reasonable card. It'd be mid AF. I honestly think it's already mid AF, but it's worse. But if you're trying not to die in the modern format, it seems okay. It'd be unplayable. I don't think it'd be unplayable. I do genuinely miss Boom. I think it'd be fine in the current meta. Yeah, I think it would be fine in the current meta. I do think so. But that's because I don't think I've spent a lot of time thinking how to make Boom busted. I think Mad Boom would be busted, actually. You'd probably do Biotic Mad Boom. There isn't a window to use it unless you wrote a window in which would be cringe. My heart and soul for Boom back. All right, they're on 7 cards in hand. They have no decoder. It doesn't matter. Are they going to trick shot? Yeah, there's a window. You can do it. After discard down to hand size, there's a window to draw. It's the window that you mess lat with. Draw? Oh, they're going for it. Give me back bin breakers. Okay, Axu. There's no way. Cut Axu's mic. How do I ban someone? There'd be no complaints about market forces if we still had Boom. That is true. The game is so much better without bin breakers. It's undeniable. Like, obviously, there's still pain points in the game, but the fact that you actually have to click to install your damn programs gives you the ability to put things behind ice. Like, oh my God. The opportunity cost of installing right now, not immediately when you need it clicklessly, is such a difference in the game. It's really hard to it might be hard, excuse me, to not see how that's, it shouldn't be that hard to notice why that's not a problem. Yeah, so I'll pay -3 credits and +3 cards to install my breakers. Everyone in the stream is so wrong. That's fine, actually. The breakers were a terrible part of the game. It's good they're gone. Yeah, it's also like a frustrating thing is how long rotation felt like it was back in the day. Or like we dealt with some really weird shit for such a long time. I don't think they're running this, which means we have to just like triple advance it and hold. DJ for Sable last click. Okay, so we can double advance, put ice on HQ. Oh, not like that. Do we pivot to kill Fenris? Oh, we cut it. We cut the damn card. We have a slot. We cut the damn card. We don't have the kill button. We could have pivoted to kill Fenris. No, we can't do it. It's not in the deck anymore. Bin Breaker's sick, derogatory. Actually, could have Bin Breakers if he gets Chronos Protocols of 2-1. I think we just do double advance. I think we just do triple advance and say Sable can't hurt us. Do we die to deep dive? Well, this border control is pretty good to deep dive, it turns out. I was a bin breaker apologist, and then they rotated and the game got 80% more fun. Yeah, the game like legitimately got more fun. It's kind of cool. It's really kind of cool. All right, issues. We're going to have a hard time closing the game out. We're on 4 cards in hand, and ideally we should be on less, on fewer, excuse me. Because we still need to kill the runner. I bullied Reg Anarch Breakers with Jua plus Ping plus Keegan. Well, everybody gets bullied by that. Paperclip break numbers are just disgusting. Yeah, Paperclip was like the most egregious one. At least the other ones were like not great. Oh, they have a lot of money now. Bin Breakers taught a whole generation of runner players some bad fundamentals when it came to when install breakers, which is never. Just throw them out and lose Dark Lockdown and get upset about it on stream. This is click 2. This is fine. Great. Remember, there's 3 snares in this deck. We're somehow 12 minutes in and I'm forgetting we're on snare. SMC, Lat Draw, top deck Valen Chow. This is probably on Unity. Unity into Valen Chow is not good. I think we just score. Do we score jam? If we score jam, border control is 1 token unless they grab turbine. Manskarovka is 2 tokens. Then to go back, it's 5 tokens. Interesting. The place we find ourselves. I'll just do this. We're on game point. We top deck a hostile, we win. We top deck a red cap, we don't win. Don't worry about it. We can't pivot the hostile because we have no fast advance. Don't worry about it. Arc Lockdown felt so good on the bin breakers. It didn't. It felt bad. Whenever I arc lockdown someone, I felt bad. It did not feel good. All right. I don't think we res the Valen Chow here because we're just giving 5 free credits. Pawn Shop's Bin Breakers was like cigarettes though, undeniably bad, but kind of nice too. It was never that good. It was just fun because your cards moved around and you felt like you were in control. I don't think it was actually that good. It was fun though. Andre showing he's not a real rig shooter coup. It just feels unfair to be like, oh, did you make this decision? Did you make this? Did you think this was a real threat you had to play around? Oh, sorry, you have no more breakers for the rest of the game. Like it just didn't feel good. Oh, Euler. I guess we're deep diving. Please run the Angelique for fun. Okay, the top 2 are safe. Come on, run the Angelique. I remember the ban list GLC they mentioned not banning Paperclip was the biggest mistake they made. Yeah. I think banning that sooner would have been probably fair. Okay, so 2 clicks left, so you can run Archives Deep Dive. There's gonna be a Sable click back here. I think I'm okay trading the border control. It shuffles the top of R&D though, so we can just like top deck the win. It's like 2 and 30 after the shuffle. That's interesting. So this will be, he'll be on 3 clicks, run here. He can steal 6 points, worst case. Might be wrong. You guys ever res a blacklist before? Yeah, I have. It's fun. Ah, not like that. Okay, now we can just lose. Oh no, with only 1 click, we can't. Okay, we can't lose. Sees a hostile. The top of the deck was too big to fail end a line. All right, that's pretty fine. So there could be another deep dive here, but we definitely don't lose now. One of the biggest bummers in current Netrunner to me is the humble Corroder has been basically crunched out of being playable. Corroder's a good gold standard fractor for me. But you remember cranked like Gordian Blade? Like those numbers used to be just good enough. I don't honestly know if Cleaver's gonna be around forever, but you know what I mean? Like you might come back to it as long as it makes sense. Blacklist backfiring with Cronus was fun. Oh, I've never seen that interaction. That's really funny. Corroder's fine into Brawn? Better than Cleaver? Is it actually the case? Barely. Barely. Okay, F-Sharp for HQ is not great. We need to put something in the remote server. Could have pivot worked if we pivoted into... We actually might have wanted to pivot and install the hostile in the remote server. Huh. Yeah, we could have pivoted behind this because beating this is actually difficult. Oh, that's worse. This is a 5-2. Oops. All right. Oil into Valen Chow can't be good. Like 8 credits. I think you pivot for hostile too slow. I think, yeah, I was going to pivot for hostile and put in the remote server. Or the best case scenario is we pivot for hostile and put something else in server 1 next turn. Because the top deck here is now only 1 in 26, and we can't wait on that. You could do it on click 2 as well, though. Yeah, we could. We definitely could, but then we have an open HQ. We don't want to do that. Oh, no, if we put in the remote server. The thing is, like, we haven't seen a single simul chip, so, like, install simul chip, run server 1, does something. Would a hostile then table snare? Yeah, that's ideally the plan. They know we're on snare. They know we're at public trail in hand. Our level of gateway is really high. Even if you banned out all the current hotness, you'd have fermenter, cleaver, saw, seamless, brown skunk blade to fall back on. Yeah, system gateway is really good. And I think it's good. Like, we've had that for a long time, that the core set Netrunner actually has some of the most powerful cards. Like, I think that's fine. I think it actually feels worse when you buy the core set and it's like, it's not very powerful. You have to spend more money. Like, that actually is, there's something to that. Classically, the problems we've had in core sets is like influence numbers are off. Yeah. I do think cleaver's fucked though. Like, cleaver's a problem. As much as we're actually in a place where cleaver sees the least amount of play. I know this is a hot take, but Void can go now. There's other options like Adrian that have real counterplay. I hear you. But isn't Void cool? Like, isn't scoring in remote cool? What I'm interested to see is like if we're going to see other effects like Pinhole and how those are going to matter. Okay, this is click. We res a Valen Chow for 2 credits. We're at 8. Euler breaks it for more than that. We need to get to bad publicity. Even making this a 4-2 is worth something. Now they only have to break 2 the subroutine, so they break this for like 6 with bad publicity. I'm not going to fire the subroutine. The soccer spoiler card is kind of that. I'm just waiting for a day we get a different color spin doctor that's viable. I don't think the Sokka card is a great spin doctor. I don't think Sokka intended it to have that text. I think that was like an NSG thing. Okay, I'll fire. Fine. Fuck. There's 2 of those in 26. We're now on game point. I think we lose. I think we got lucky on the deep dive, but that single access is like not great for us. I don't know how to hold these many agendas now. How do we get another bad publicity? This is just so bad. Like, it doesn't feel like we're in control. At least we built the last we can jam every turn, but there's so many turns that we don't do anything in this deck. It feels really bad. It just does not feel good. Oh, that was our last click? Oh, that's not the play. Sorry. That's pretty telling. Like, we'd have to get lucky. This still could work. Pivot could still work. Oh, it's so bad. Pivot for too big to fail. Yeah, it's probably a bit better, but we shouldn't have drawn that turn. We should have done that sooner. Like, we could have pivoted to too big to fail. We need to get a 4th bad publicity and then we can win. Getting ice actually matters. No, I'm not going to hedge fund. We res this for 4, we res this for 3. I'm going to give up on our kill plan, okay? It's just not going to work. Throw out the agendas? No, they're a deep dive deck. We can't throw out the agendas. They'll run archives at some point. Think your deck needs a way to do extra 2 meat damage? Maybe introduce you to Broad Daylight? That's what Angelique is for, in theory. We had Clearinghouse in some of the earlier versions of it. They just install Advanced Clearinghouse in BTL and it's pretty good. The thing is, like, if I play Broad Daylight and then if I play the other one, that like take 5 meat or 2 tags one, I think you just end up playing Seamless Launch. It's just so much better. Lady Killer version really pushes tempo by racking up the bad pub and scoring red caps from hand. Yeah, that is just like an outfit deck. This is not an outfit deck. This is a deck that's playing outfit. Imagine we threw out agendas. Simple win plan, score 3x Broad Daylight, then win. So what could we have done? We got really unfortunate on the 1 and 4, and then the top deck is the 3 points. That was 5 points we leaked. Like, if we kept the Alice, we could have jammed on top of the Angelique, the game would be different. This is not looking good, but I think we've also been hitting the bad end of things. But I still think if we hit the mid end of things, we're not in a great spot. Hitting the bad end of things is bad. The new food courts where men in black serve you yogurt and bread before shooting you. Oh, there's no yogurt. The yogurt's closed. Three snares and 22. They know we're on them because they've seen them. But every part of this deck that is a Modernism is exactly the part of the deck that's not doing anything. Yogurt closed because of all the other yogurt shops? I think they're all closed. This is fine. This is how you die to double snare. Oh, we can't fire double snare. Piss. This is where like trick shot doesn't feel that bad, but we're going to lose a deep dive this turn. Okay. If I must. Snare. Snare. No. We're actually going to lose on the HQ run. We're not going to lose on the deep dive. Oh, okay. Simon-chip's on the table. So if it's Trebuchet, we res it for 4. They break it for free. No, they actually have to pay 2. I think I'd rather res the Afshar. They break the Afshar for 4 credits, 2 with bad publicity. It's just as taxing. Now, this gives us closer to bad publicity. 4, but you get bad pub? Yeah, maybe just getting bad pub is worth it. We have to hope that this whiffs. Treb, it might not be right because it turns off this kill line. Oh, but we threw out a kill line, whatever. Doesn't matter. Now, if we res the Afshar, it costs them down to 5 credits. I don't think that's going to matter. We're going to lose on this axis. Oh, Archives was even the mark. Oh, yeah, so discarding cards was not going to be good no matter what. Compilation? Yo, that's sick. Good game. Good game. So, like, as the runner, does it look like we did anything? This is the thing. Is like, as the runner, is that a close game? Like, do you feel like that was tense? Or do you feel like, oh, they didn't do anything, we just ran centrals? Because I'm not convinced I'm putting on good games for our opponents. They can largely do whatever they want. Oh, yeah. But there's no way we get out of this. I think the problem is, like, we're not good enough at an outfit deck. So, like, getting to 5 points, we stall out. Yeah, we stall out on 5 points really hard. Yeah, this deck is not good. I don't know how to make this good. Even if we mad, like we res 2 cards and we mutually shared destruction, I don't think anything happens. I wonder if CityWorks Jam Atlas would have been better. What do you mean? On CityWorks turn, you could have installed 2-3 instead of Ice on R&D. Sorry? The BP makes it very hard to tax our runners. I'm not worried about the tax. It's like the tax doesn't matter if you have speed. The problem is we don't have speed consistently. I think this is the one was tense from fear of audacity. Fred, did we play or no? I guess so. But like we don't have the Alice counter. Maybe because we use the Alice counter, you have to assume we're not on audacity. But like on 2 bad publicity, I don't know if you're worried about audacity. Maybe you are. Some pivot for too big to fail and punitive. We took out the punitives. Pivot to like we don't win if we have more money. Like we win, we lose because we don't have a win condition. It's not that we don't need like another click for 9 credit button. Basalt gives you better acceleration than CityWorks. Yeah, but then they just steal the Basalt. Like CityWorks is good because they can't steal it because they lose. Basalt is cool because if they steal it, we get a card back, but I don't think getting these cards back actually changes the game. I reckon you pivot back to Clearinghouse, stop trying to score out, just play Hostile and 5-3s and Clearinghouse and force runner to dealing. Yeah, but then we're not playing Modernism, bah. We're just playing like literally BTL Glacier. Possibility to pivot for the 3rd Hostile, but requires the runner to not have chip. They shouldn't have Clot. But the question is, yeah, maybe on that turn we could have pivoted to put the Hostile in there and assume they can't get through this, but they were like halfway through their deck and they haven't seen either 1 more SMC or any of the simul chips. Because you're right, they can't be double barrier breakers. Maybe we should have just done that anyways, because double barrier breakers to Angelique does something. It's just too slow. It's just way too slow. Let's try it in like the built to blast version. Do I have it here? I do. Much higher win rate. Like, look at this. 73% win rate, Jaina casual. I'm going to change no cards. This version's on 1 logjam. It's on 2 Oaktown, 3 Project, Above the Law, Public Trail, Audacity. No snare, has Charlotte instead. Let's try this one. To play Public Trail end of line, you're just way more likely to be able to land it. The thing is, if you play too few, okay, so the way that I see it is if you play too many 5-3s and you're not actually accelerating the game forward, they don't have to run, and then so it doesn't fire. Now, it's cool if you get a clearinghouse because then they have to run or you get cards out of hand. But I'm assuming if you get cards out of hand, they'll have 8 credits because they don't have to run. Wonder if we should be on DRM to jam faster or find upgrades when jamming. DRM is only an agenda. I think DRM is like maybe slightly underplayed, but I think a lot of players just hope that they'll draw better, that they don't need it. Like, I think DRM makes sense if you're trying to find your one of Sisyphus or something, but like, just draw better. This deck has become a Jaina casual staple. I think this deck is really good for learning the game because you have alternate win conditions. You have to pivot between them, and it forces you to be aggressive and like actually take risks. And I think it's great. I know people have been doing well with it. Shout out to a player who came in top of Swiss at a regional in the UK with it. You have 3 clearinghouse, you can force them to run. Yeah, I don't know. Can you? Oh, we had a world champ. Uh-oh. Freedom. Cool. So this is the problem too, is like, I feel against Freedom, we have to ice both central servers. Ideally, I don't want to do that, but we're going to do it. BTB makes for a better show. BTL? Andre getting straight bullied today? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, we'll keep this on the remote server. We'll just do HQ R&D and then we'll hedge. Next turn, we can open with spin. All right, serious stuff now. Crush him. Thanks, Patrick. Clearinghouse takes a long time to win into Stone Chip since they can trash Stone Chip after saying, yeah, or like anything else, right? Like Class Act or... Like, this is how I used to play this back in the day. The problem is we're going to lose a CityWorks. Or a Spin Doctor. Hard to tell. But this sort of like targeted aggression is really rough for the deck. Feels like bullying and more like that's just meta right now. Top tier runners pushing out the jank. It's post-Worlds, so a lot of people are playing like Worlds lists, but I don't think we actually played against that many Worlds lists today. Like, we're playing against like Lobisomio Hosh. All right, take your Oaktown. Fuck off. I'm fine. That's how we're drawing? Rosetta Ken might not be tier 1. I think Rosetta Ken's probably better than Elix. Rosetta Ken may not be tier 1. I don't know. It seems it's really good into honest decks. I think that's for sure. Like, if your deck is scoring behind ice, like, yeah, Rosetta Ken's going to be a problem. Poker face, nothing in hand. This is why I play on JNet. Look at Alex here just installing cards. We're going to win. Just got to miss one of those important cards. And this is where it'd be like BTL. We're on 18 credits because we scored Oaktowns and we've been getting our ability to fire twice. Like, if Alex runs poorly, GG. Unless he trashes this, but he'll only be on 2 counters. He'll be on 3 counters. He has to not hit those. So let's say Boss Freedom. I think it is. I think this is the one that Santo is playing. Fire all, love it. Miss, miss, miss. Hedge fund, sick, sick, sick. Not trash. We're going back. Yeah. Miss, 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 miss. 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 Yeah, we're making money. Don't touch it. Fuck. Gonna trash that for sure. That's the good Freedom. Crew coming in 3-2-1. Yeah, it's definitely on crew. It's fine though. We're gonna be on Game Point, which is Jam City Works project. And what's crew gonna matter? Cool. Crew's down. So next turn we install Advanced City Works. What does Alex do? I guess we have to not top deck a public trail. Score Oaktown, they go on HQ and steal City Works. He won't this turn. He's gonna take a setup turn, yeah. 2 cards in hand. Do we just do it? He's on 2 cards in hand. Oh, this is close. This is really close. We have no remote and the game is cooked. We have just as much remote as we did turn before. Draw 3 and run, yeah, but then we top deck Public Trail, which is a 2 and 31. In fact, a bit more with Spin Doctor, 3 and 32. We win. Imp ruins us. This deck is not an Imp. Freedom doesn't play Imp because Freedom is Imp. Now, in theory, Arizon could have more than 8 credits. I guess we do set up a bit. You definitely just go now? I don't know. Like jamming is disturbing. I'm not sure if we do. I'm going to try it. I don't know if this is right. It gives us money, though. Like, the issue is that we don't have an Audacity or anything, so we can't, you know, get a card in front of this. But, like, he has to run it. The question is, how dead is he? So this might force him to run HQ also on the same turn. Border Control Jam Atlas, he'll face check it and it dies to Crew. Like, with Devil Charm Border Control Crew, like, it's not great for us. He has to run a yes. Hope no Steel Skins. That's acceptable. He can't draw to 4, so if we top deck Public Trail, we win. Okay, top deck Public Trail. Just 1. Feel different. Ooh, got him. Hey, thanks for the game. I didn't have it. I got a bit lucky there. Yeah, okay. BTL, Built to Blast, sick. Easy, 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 easy. World champ. That's from a big world champ. Is that when you lose a game on Jada Casual to a streamer, everyone like pops off. Sick. Yeah, that was like, this is 44 Built to Last, where like Oaktown pushes you forward and you actually can get the game point and force interaction. Because you need to get to the point where you're forcing interaction. You need to be in control because then they have to play your game, and our game sometimes kills them. Sometimes. It's a game when we draw the perfect card, we can offset one of the ones where we're down 15 points third one. Oh man. We also could have lost part of that combo to the HQ pressure. Like the HQ pressure with Freedom was really good. Maybe Outfit was just a terrible idea. I'm not familiar with Genie. We're gonna meet. By the way, I actually think Oaktown might be worse than Off. Maybe. It's about equal, but it's face up, obviously. I could see it. Oh, hey! Great to meet you. It's up to you. Yeah, I met Harper Worlds. Harper's lovely. Cool. I'm assuming it'll be, oh, Ari. Cool. Kickflip Ari. So Kickflip Ari can be a bit tricky. Thanks, you too. This hand is like almost good. We have Ice for central servers, which is nice. We have Border Controller remote server, which is totally fine. Here, I think we actually with BTL, we can maybe keep this hand. Ideally, the best top deck is a Rashida or, of course, what's her name? Charlotte. We'll try this. I hope we get more face-up agendas than Dawn. I don't know if we will. All the public cards are gone from the format. I know the Wayland ID that I'm trying to build for my custom set cares about public. I think Jeff was too. We'll try and top deck well here. Sick. Unfortunately, it's hard to push out behind a single ice into Arasana because Slap Vandal beats you. A lot of things beat you. So we want to build a 2 ice remote. So kickflips. Fazarin we're pretty good into. Slap Vandal we're not good into. How do you do this? It's not smurfing now playing Zari. Botchus breaks entire faction. Yeah, but Arasana doesn't often play Botchus unless it's like Arizon or like Gyro kind of deck. Small area. Good game, Alex, by the way. Unban Tithonium if you want Botchus to not kick Land's ass. I don't think you want to unban Tithonium ever. That seems like a problem. Okay, I think we can just set up for next turn, build a double ice remote server. So we can do hedge fund, we'll ice this, ice remote, and then we'll do 2 in the remote. We'll do tree line border control. That seems hard because you can't Fazarim them. So that means we'll put this on HQ and advance it. Art might not know what we're playing. And then we actually probably want to set this up on the innermost because the next turn we can do tree line Atlas advance. Mention the same sentence as the world champ, highest accomplishment I'll ever get a Netrunner. Did she keep? She kept. Okay, frightening. Pawn shop? Oh, sick. Okay. So, pawn shop Ari. Wonder what's the max number of world champs Andre's played in one stream? We've definitely played a couple. Let's do that. I don't know. I feel like I've played against most world champions on JNet. Like, I definitely played against Limes. I played against Sokka. I played against Patrick for sure. I played against Alex many times. I don't think I've ever played against Dan D'Argenio. I haven't played against Jeremy Z. I don't think I've played against Paranoid. I've definitely played against Pincel. Wait, Pincel won Worlds, right? Did Pincel win Worlds? I tried cutting Charlotte for Messney and I couldn't tell if the deck was better or worse. Yeah, mixed bag. Messney's good. With Fazarum, it's not as popular as it used to be. It's a bit worse, but I don't feel like I need better ice. I feel like I just want something to push in the remote server to force interaction. Ace-Up's going to be too slow? It might not be. I've definitely played against Chris before. Many years ago. Cool. Prognostic, Arsana, I'm glad that we're not an outfit. Is there a place to look up prior world championships? A bunch of them are on Always Be Running. If you search worlds, they should be up there. The older ones you have to just like Google. Is playing against Will count as 2? Yeah, playing against Will counts as 2. So she knows the top. I think I remember for Netrunner trivia a year ago at Last Worlds, I looked up all the world champions and all the IDs that they played just because I know it would come up. Oh, I need to do D's trivia. I definitely should do on... That's a good card to see. All right, we'll just take it to 6. We have this combo, so we can use this Atlas just to grab points. We can grab an Oaktown and just push. So hyped about the amount of people jamming Kulubari recently. It's so fun. It's really fun. I think Boz is 46 cards, yeah. She might be playing Boz. She needs to keep cards in hand. The console definitely is lily pad, right? So she can always prognostic to draw a card if she thinks she's going to die to public trail on the line. Fuck, I wanted that. Propeller's really good. It doesn't beat the remote server. It doesn't beat the remote server. Are we confident enough to pull an Oaktown, or do we just pull... We actually might just pull the 5-3. That's not great, because then I don't know how we win. I tried 2016, used to be up on ABR. I tried to search it and couldn't find it. The 2016 World Championship? I think 26... Who won 2016? It was the year after Dan. I think that might be Chris Dyer. Pull another Atlas? I don't know if I'm comfortable pulling an Atlas with a Propeller and Dari. Yeah, I think 2016 was Chris Dyer. 2017 was Jess. 2018 was Joe Shup. Oh, that's a good card, Dari. You have BC on a tree line? Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I'm gonna be aggro. I think we have to be aggro against this. So we'll just put us... It's either an Alice or a CityWorks. I mean, sorry, an Alice, a CityWorks, or an Oaktown. It's an agenda. I think we pull an Atlas, we change the Atlas, chain the Atlases. That's like kind of fun. But we won't be on a lot of money. We can do install Atlas credit. If we do CityWorks, we also won't have a threat, but we'll have a lot more money. We need the money to res both of these, so I think we have to go for the for the Oaktown. I was saying the wrong card name for most of that. Because we need at least 8 credits. Now, what we're doing here is she has to assume that none of these are barriers because we're confidently doing this into a propeller, which is, you know, suspect. She knows we have a public trail, so she also has to do this while keep cards in hand up. Oh, fuck. Trick shot. Who would have saw that coming? That being +4 credits is so sick. Yes, it's really, really good. Hammer R&D, we don't have time. Like, we're just trying to win in the remote server and say there's not enough agendas there. Order will have to pop? Yeah, for sure. Thinking? A Peach of Shaw here is annoying. Muse means that she can get back in because she can install the Muse to trash the propeller. Oh, she has a second propeller in the bin. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, we might lose this. And then if we lose this, we lose the game. I think our margins are very slim in this deck, unless she manages to die. I like advancing the tree line once there. It doesn't change the math. Oh, it does slightly change the math. I'm glad we didn't advance it. She misses. If she hit the border control, we're cooked. But she just got it wrong. 50-50. Hey, good evening, Andrea. How's it going? I think you're okay here. Probably not. She can run back if she wants to. And she forces our border control pop too. Did you see the NSG website? Next month is going to be fun? No. Wait, what? Oh, wow. Okay, we'll read that in a second. Looks like they're going to do an experimental meta next month. Thanks, Axu. Or December, you mean? Okay. They usually do something weird between world seasons. I think she's lamenting the Hush place. Action? Nah, you're good. She's already Arsana, so we have no reason to do anything here. Son of... Oh, we got wrecked. So she's prognosticating for the Muse on the top. Yeah, do it. Yeah, just do it. Okay, we lose to top deck Muse. Even top deck SMC in theory. But the deck's not on SMC. It's on 3 Muses. All right, we might lose the game here. We're meant to see that one coming, I guess. The thing is, like, even if we crack the boarding control, it doesn't do anything because then she can just run back. Like, we need to tax at the propeller counters. Sure. I'm now in Boz team loving Q-Loop Bar. It's really fun. All right, we probably lose. The deck is on 2 deep dive, so like a single deep dive will cost us the game at any moment now. She's just gonna hush that up. So she just needs to keep cards in hand for public trail underline. We've lose our Alice counter, which is pretty bad. We also don't have the money to fire the public trail underline. It's a 7 credit play. We can advance something to get the counters back, but hush border control is pretty bad for us. We're so cooked. The best thing we could put in the remote server is a Charlotte now. Like, she actually is going to struggle to run this. Yeah, we need money, but she also needs cards in hand. Like, she's fine here. Just want something to put in the remote. Oh, this deck's on Logjam? That's all right. Like, this is a turn that we're going to do something. UAV money. Yeah, we can trash the Hush. We probably should just overinstall and trash the Hush. It really does hurt this deck. It only has 2 more Muses, but she wants to be able to move this back into hand so she can run and install it. She's going to trash the Muse. Bog gave me really good feedback last time I played his deck on stream, which is like, if you're going to simulchip, don't simulchip for the program, simulchip for the Muse and use the Muse to get the program. Because it can be a bit more money, but you can urban art the Muse. Yeah, we might actually need to trash this. The problem is like none of this ice is good on their remote server. I'm okay trashing the Hush. Then she needs a Muse. She doesn't just have it in hand. But like, we're taking a turn off, so we can just lose now. Costs you more dollars, yeah, but there's no way around it. We have to repair that server. Maybe it's right actually to trash it when it's installed on a different turn. It's a 2 and 30 to lose here. 1 and 15. Because we have 2 copies of CityWorks. Yeah, I feel like pushing behind 2 ice into Ari is just always a mistake. I don't know. If we had more money, we could maybe threaten this. We should probably have gone for the CityWorks, let's be honest. Because I don't think she'll touch it. We won't have enough money, but like she can't touch it. This deck, I don't know if it's on Stone Chip. It might be on 2 Stone Chip. Charlotte, oh, that's not good. We wanted that. 10 credits. Okay. Tree line. This is where we're going to start to do really bad things. and just like not like this. When you're behind, you're pretty far behind. Oh wait, that's not right. So she can still step out of line if she doesn't respect end of line public trail. Checking archives. Okay. Just gonna Argasana something down. On 3 credits, you're not actually threatened that we can res that much. You can face check if you want to. But this shows you prognostic before your turn starts, or before you start doing things. This deck also isn't on hostile. The built the last version is a bit more honest. And she saw that we threw this out. Either we have another one or more we don't have money. It's hard to tell. Well, would pull Charlotte with Alice assuming she could get would have been a decent line. I don't think so. I think we need to get to points sooner. We don't need the Charlotte engine. I might be wrong, but generally in Modernism, like you don't want to use your tutor abilities just to get economic options. Or like we could have top decked Rashida, we could have top decked Charlotte, we could have top decked Hedge Fund. That's probably more important. That's my guess. I think it's too slow. Now we can have a bit of flexibility with the Atlas, but like if that whiffed, if it was exactly not the top deck prognostic, we would be on game point, and that's probably where we want to be, not just firing a Charlotte while she's setting up Shaper Crime. Where like her engine's really efficient, we just can't go for the late game. Her late game beats our late game, especially because we know she's on deep dive. We just can't get to late game, and getting to 4 points is how we don't get to the late game. Okay. She's on game point now too, so this doesn't matter. We do install advance, we go down to 3 credits. We just need to get our money up. Hopefully we have a window next turn. Honestly, Winchester might be better than Hammer. It's actually resable. I hope they can't get past the tree line. It might be correct, but we know that she has muses and simulchips not accounted for. Oh, she did that off the top. That's sick. On 6 cards, you aren't threatening much? No. Next turn, we can do install advance. She probably just draw, runs it. Like, the best case scenario here is she just doesn't have cards in hand. But the cool thing is, like, she can get +1 card. Like, I think boss version is on only 2 lily pad, which I don't like. I think you want to be on 3 lily pad. But the big thing is, what am I trying to say? Is that she can always get a card with prognostic from the top of the deck and then add it to her hand with Urban that she actually can be plus up 1 card. Like, she can start her turn with 6 cards in hand relatively easily. She just has to hit a Trojan or a Muse, which is like not guaranteed, but it's a nice thing to keep in mind. This deck needs a snare to put on the table. Yeah, this version's not on snare. It's on Charlotte. When it draws well, otherwise it's bad. If you played in Worlds instead of casting, what would you have played? With the amount of testing I've done, I would have played Crew Hosh, and I would have played Asa. I played an Asa that's closer to Jai Asa because it's really fun, and I play Crew Hosh because it's fun. I don't think those were the best choices, but with the amount of testing I had for Worlds, that's what I would have done. I spent a lot of time playing a lot of decks, not a lot of time playing one deck, and if there's one deck I played the most going into Worlds, it was Crew Hosh, and I had a great time playing it. Played it at COS, it went fine. I do not like this. No, I don't. This gets 4 counters. So we either install advance to Cityworks and see if she runs it, or she can let us have it, which she probably won't. She's going to be on 6 cards in hand because she can return the Ika, and so she has to run this with 4 cards in hand, breaking a tree line and a logjam. If we res the logjam, we probably won't have money to score out. She has an access to Hush somewhere. The deck might actually struggle to break tree line logjam. 4 strength logjam. I'm going to try it just because the game's over, and this gets us to the game being over faster. Like, I don't think we're winning here, so I'd rather take a risk. Otherwise, we're going to lose very slowly. It's turn 8. We're cooked. She's on a plus 15 credits. There are enough propeller counters? No, there's not. But she definitely has simulchips and muses. We haven't seen any simulchips, and there's another muse in the bin. So she's not N6 locked. She has some work to do, but at the end of the day, if we res the logjam, like, we're not scoring out the city work, so she has even more time. Oh, Nukin to draw and to run is kind of fun. But she does not need to run this turn. I don't know if we have... I think we have 1 Audacity in the list. But it should be easy enough for her to get a program down to beat tree line. What's the chance that we play distributed tracing and we start expending slash and burns? Lily pad, so she's plus up 1 card here. Looks like we might get our lunch. The problem is we lose to deep dive in a moment. In a moment, we lose to deep dive. So our narrow win is to like draw 3-2 and then top deck Atlas. Sorry, draw an Audacity and top deck a 3-2. Prog, install, draw. Get an Eka down at a minimum. Mm-hmm. If we score this out, we go down to 3 credits. It's actually not enough to res either of these, which is a bummer. We just want to be able to res one of these, so it causes some sort of consternation, because breaking a tree line's hard. Yeah. Gotta discard a couple cards. Cubon, Pawn Shop. Draw a 3-2 or an Atlas. Charlotte. Okay, so we have to just survive a deep dive somehow. There's only one more 3-2, and we haven't seen a Peach of Shaw yet, so she can easily do a double deep dive, even a triple deep dive, potentially. I think a triple deep dive, we'd have to have a simul chip on the table or off the top with the prognostic. So we can definitely start there. The question is whether we click for a credit or score it. I'm just going to score it and hope for the best. Like, I feel pretty bad doing this. But next turn we can install advance and maybe she like has to overextend into it. But as much as we're ahead of points, we're very far behind. We can't res ice. We can't top deck the win. Slap Vandal from the top. Rope. Hit the tree line on R&D would be sick. Okay, on the Hordem. We actually can advance Hordem to not be able to be slap vandaled. We can't afford to, but one could. This is super nice. This will happen on our turn, so she gets Lily Pad and DZ at the same time. And then our turn starts. Again, we're also short of this combo. There's no card we can draw that turns this combo on next turn, because the only econ play we have is like 2 hedge funds. I guess we do install Advance Charlotte, but then we don't have enough clicks. Nuka to draw 3? Oh, no, Pawn Nuka, excuse me. She just has 6 cards in hand. So we know the slap is in hand. DJ Fenris going to go for a Sable, I think? I don't know if you need a Steve. I guess we're going Steve. It's not bad. I don't know if you need extra clicks. We haven't seen the Peach of Shaw yet. But at any point in time, she overextends when we have at least 6 credits. This could matter. It's just very hard because prognostic into Lily Pad is hard to track. So she needs to be on like 2 cards in hand. I just don't see that happening. So ideally next turn we draw and Charlotte. Sorry, we draw Charlotte advance. That's usually our turn. Muse. Oops. No surprise. Still on 3 credits, she could deep dive this turn. Because she can RS on a Muse for a Peach of Shaw and R&D, and then be on 2 clicks, run archives, do a single deep dive. If she hits the city work, she wins. There's only 1 in 24 though, so the odds are like 1 in 3. But she should be in control here. Our remote server, like, the longer the game goes, the worse it gets. It's not evolving beyond its initial state. Also, we have to remember that with the Muse in hand, she has access to things like Hush. She can like respond to boarding control pop. But I don't think boarding control is going to be showing up anytime soon. I wonder if she doesn't have the deep dive yet. I think there's 2 in the list, but she could have closed the game out by now, I'm pretty sure. Okay, she might be. I'm going to ask for action. So if she wants a Peach of Shaw or Muse for Peach of Shaw, she has to do it right now. Otherwise, if I pass priority, there's no window here. Let's see it. Oh, just second Eka. Okay, value pill. Hush Logjam also means it can be broken by prop. Yeah, it's still fine though. Like this tree line's an issue, but like advanceable ice into Hush is not great. I wonder how the matchup of this deck is into like Sokka BTL. Probably not bad. Ooh, looks like we have a trash cost. No, maybe not. So I don't think we're getting dove this turn, which means the game goes on. So we can do draw, Charlotte advance, that breaks lock. We have to top deck very specifically the 1 Audacity in 24 and a 3-2 because our remote server doesn't work. So maybe we can keep her busy running the server one. That would be kind of okay for us. The best case scenarios, ooh, Unity's coming from the top. The best case scenario is that we have at least 6 credits to res the logjam because then she might have to work to break it. But every turn she's getting like +5 credits clicklessly, give or take. Like, it's kind of messed up. You don't want to go in the mid game to shaper if you're not playing something real strong. Why Unity now? It's a breaker. Breaks ice. I think the deck has 1 Unity. It might have an echelon. Oh, that's bad for us. Seems like an off-turn play. This is an off-turn. Throwing out 1 deep dive. Oh shit, she definitely has another. So she knows we have a border control. She has 2 MU. So we do install advance, we're up on 4. We need to res this. Yeah, this means she has another one in hand. I don't know why she would throw that out. So she definitely has another one. Just do the Charlotte play. I think we have to draw, then do the Charlotte play. Do you want to expend a Charlotte? Oh, you can't. So we're just hoping we don't die a deep dive. It's really hard to imagine that we don't, but maybe this install advance keeps her busy. So she can prognostic here. She can afford to pay 1 and take a punt, even if it doesn't work. 14 cards left in the stack, so we know there's a muse in hand. Ooh, Coalescence from the top ropes. Pretty good. +2 cards, draw a card, clicklessly from the top of your deck. Yeah, it's good. Compilation's only scary if it exactly hits public trail. Install advanced border control and archives. We know she has a hush in hand, so I'm not convinced that the border control and archives is going to help that much. Yeah, there's a window. Yeah, should be fine. So this is really important to know. Coalescence you can only use on your turn. Aesop's Pawn Shop is when your turn begins, you may trash. But there's this paid ability window on the start of your turn, which is the window where you can like res stuff in theory. Corporations do on their mirror of this. So you actually can take the money off the Coalescence and then sell it. Unban Slot Machine or ban Arsana? I don't think you have to do either of them. I just think you have to build a corporation deck that's not just ice. Right? Like this deck doesn't want to see what turn 11 looks like. It'd feel really good to have Tithonium right now. I promise you Tithonium is like very, very bad for the game. And if you want to play Tithonium, enjoy never seeing the criminal faction or everyone playing flip switch and crew. Like it's going to do the thing you don't want it to do. This RE deck into asset spam would be a rough time. It's actually kind of interesting. I played this RE deck into Asa, which is like half asset spam, and I thought it was so fun and it's so good. Now the deck I don't think actually has any like asset tech, hard asset tech, but it is genuinely quite good into it because you only have to steal like 2-3 points and then you close to the deep dive. Asa isn't asset spam, SMDH. It's like the midpoint of it, where it's like asset spam plus ice. I don't know how it goes into like full R plus or like full NEH. But the fact that you do most of your click compression crimes during running is pretty good for you. I just don't know if it has a tech slot for like misbones or anything. I don't think it's on Aprecia. Adding hard asset tech would be admitting that Jeff is correct. Ice it spam, yeah. All right. So this tree line we res for all of our money. Action. She's probably not deep diving this turn, but she could win off this trick shot. She's definitely running the Charlotte. We can't res the logjam. Tree line is 5 strength, so you have to use 2 propeller tokens. I feel like that's fine. It's not the credits, it's the propeller tokens. Why res? Don't res? We have Charlotte. Like this is going to use, in theory, if she doesn't hush this, like 4 propeller tokens. That seems reasonable. I don't think we've seen a Simul chip yet. Like she's not going to die to Enderline Public Trail. We don't have to keep her money. Didn't even have a hard time to find Q-Loop or Pawn Shop before the game ended. The problem that she had is she couldn't find her lily pad. I think bot, like if you're playing this deck, cut the D's, I'd play 3 lily pad. I think lily pad is way more important than a credit a turn. If she had the lily pad like 3 turns earlier, we would have been stomped way harder. She could let this fire, but seeing 2 cards in R&D is pretty good. Can't break both. No, she has 2 propellers. She can break both. Oh, wait. No, you're kind of right. Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? I like the DZ in some reg Ari lists because MU juggling gets hard. But yeah, but if MU jugglings get hard, like you just want your lily pad as soon as possible. You're right that this deck, because it's playing Muse, might need the MU a bit more than the SMC versions, but I was on 3 lily pad this weekend, just gone. Both versions have upsides and downsides, yeah. Yeah, you're right. She could hush this from hand. Oh, she has a slap bundle in hand too, so that's fine. Crack this, can't afford snare. I just think lily pad is so important for the deck. We haven't seen an NV testing, right? I think the deck has 2 NV testings. I think Jeff has things to say about that. Oh, stole a public trail, that's fine. I put a lot of stock in being able to always install a thing I see with Q-Loop. Yeah, it's DZ's really good with Q-Loop because you're hitting the twice per turn synergy, that's for sure. Okay, so trick shot saw public trail and an unknown card. Public trail was the first card. The game plods onwards. DZ's often a credit on both players' turn with these decks. It plays out pretty fast, yes. But I think in a deck like this that has a lot of bespoke singleton pieces like Slap Vandal, you actually need card draw more than you need credits. Especially with environmental testing too, like you just need more card draw to set up your thing. I'm so surprised she isn't just like deep diving us. All right, so we can either force her to pay no money or we can get her Charlotte. She probably sends public trail into HQ. Sorry, copulation to HQ. We're fine with that. This is where like snare is obviously the big equalizer, where your opponent can just mess up to snare when you don't have a reason to win the game on 3 credits. Don't worry about the 3 credits part, but you know what I mean? Advance R and Trio twice more, she'll just hush it. It's not worth it. It's very expensive for us, and she'll just hush it, maybe. The correct play is 3 lily pad plus 1 DZ, clearly. We can make everyone equally happy. Yeah, I don't want to put a lot of stock into advancing our ice. It's incredibly expensive. Yeah, no worries. So she actually can deep dive this turn. Oh no, because she used Arisana. But she could run HQ, gain a click back from Pichachan, but she can't click compress it unless she gets it with the prognostic. I really wish Jaina had a highlight ability for what's been used once per turn. Right? Like if a card highlighted, dehighlighted it, if it tapped, whatever. But like the fact that I don't know whether Arisana has been used this turn and I can't tell from a distance is like a bit, I wish it was easier. She'll send 3 here. We drew last turn. Come on, send the compilation. Oh, fuck. God, that guy was there. That guy's a real dickhead. Okay, end of line. Border control. I think those are both no end of line. Okay, great. So she knows where all end of lines are. She has another trick shot. Yippee. That's bad. Clearly there needs to be a script that taps cards once the trigger is met. Exactly, yeah. It's hard to track. Whether it's just a glow that unglows or something like that, I think I'd appreciate it. Like the install glow, I like the use glow. Like pending once per turns, like DZ, Arisana, Prague, Steve. Q-Loop Coalescence, that was the 2 card down, so she saw that. So now the top of R&D or top of stack is entirely unknown. She's fucking so much money. This is all to be sold for +3 return for +2. She knows we drew Spin Doctor, she didn't trash it. So if we do install advance here, there's a chance that, so the top of R&D is unknown here. The Spin Doctor draws perfectly. Perfectly. We might have actually want to do credit Ice Archives. I think that's actually better. It's fine. But if Spin Doctor draws exactly a 3-2, exactly the one This is way more cope than any of the other bad matchups we've had so far today. But if we draw exactly into the 1-3-2, into, sorry, there should be 2 3-2s left. And the 1 Audacity. She should know that this is a Spin Doctor. So I can't imagine this not being the deep dive turn. She threw one out. She probably has another one. I think having a glow on a card that could be clicked to activate a paid ability would be pretty cool. And they're almost most implemented on logic, just not the effect. Yeah, I agree. It seems like I don't want to be that guy to be like, oh, it looks so easy to implement because I have no idea and everything's harder than you think it is. But it's the technology seems to be there. Okay, this is a deep dive turn. We're not going to Spin Doctor back. If we're going to Spin Doctor back, we have to do it before the axis. And actually, that does matter. Getting 2 non-agenda cards into the mix is kind of important. But if she sees 2 on top of R&D and whiffs, we definitely don't want to Spin Doctor then because we're shuffling the top 8. Letting you have Spin Doctor's anti-log deck? Yeah, let's shuffle them back in. In theory, we should consider running this, but she should know this is a Spin Doctor. Imagine it wasn't and it was an agenda we put it in here. So we have to consider resing this or not resing this. Because if we don't, if we res this, she knows she doesn't have to run this remote server, but like there's one city work she wins on. She should be able to do a 2-click deep dive though. I think this game was cooked a long time ago. All right, we're going for it. We res the Horde and it costs her just a couple credits. It doesn't matter. We'd rather have at least the money to threaten this. Okay, yep, there. That's how we lose. So deciding to trash, oh, that's really cute. So overinstall, that's really, really cute. So Arson installed the Peter Sean, trashing a lot of cards on the table. So now that there's guaranteed a Propeller back in hand. That's really funny. I suppose it might be a little annoying having icebreakers that can boost permanently glow. I don't think you want to boost, okay. I don't think cards that have active abilities need a glow. I think cards that have once per turn should glow. And then have Hoshika glow the whole time. Because I don't think you need to know that like you can pawn shop, but I think you should know if the pawn shop was used. That one's actually less important than any of the other ones, but you know what I mean? Okay, so here we're going to shuffle back with Spin Doctor. We're probably still going to lose, but she's not going to run server 1. And if she does, it's not going to cost her enough that this information is worth something. All right. We just need to top deck the Audacity. Just don't lose and top deck the Audacity. Hedge fund. Tree line. Just don't lose and top deck the Audacity. 2 no steals, no trashes is really good for us. Okay, 1 trash. So second Spin Doctor down. Charlotte's, I'd rather not have trashables. Oh, we survive. She doesn't have another deep dive, and we see the Audacity here. So she needs to run HQ. She can steal 1 Atlas, but if we top deck what's going to be the 1 in like 19, because I think these cards are set aside, we could win here. Steals the Atlas. She has 1 click back, so you can run R&D, or she could play another deep dive. But I think the deck's on 2 deep dives, and she discarded 1. So next turn, she can run HQ, get a deep dive back, and do this again. So we have a very narrow window. We have to exactly top deck 1 in 19. This Audacity, if she had a cupulation, she could actually access it, which would be a problem for us. If she steals the Audacity, she steals our win condition. But this is the card we need. So you can run back R&D for a single. Or she can run HQ for a single. She's running R&D for a single. There's a chance. Yeah, there's a chance. I'm not going to say there's not a chance here. We need the top deck to be, obviously, just the 1 in 18. Time to get our hopes up for that 1 in 19. Oh, wait, she gets 2 runs back because the Pizza Sean. Wait, this is sick. Hold. See the Audacity. She didn't trash it. It's probably the Audacity. It's the most likely card. It has no trash cost. That's the only card in our deck that has no trash cost. It has to be the Audacity. It has to be, right? Okay, it's not the Audacity. She would have ran. That can't afford that. So she's going to deep dive once again. We know that there's a Hush in the bin. thinking. She's going to run HQ and pick 2 deep dives, and we can't beat that. So the question is, where do we put the agendas on the table? I actually think holding the 1 and 5 on HQ is the best thing for us. The problem is that there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's 2 agendas in 17. So surviving a deep dive is not particularly likely. Rashida on the table might keep her busy. I think that's our best case, is Rashida on the table, ice on R&D. Sorry, ice on archives. Boarding control doesn't stop deep dive. It doesn't, but she has to work a bit harder. If we crack it, she has to peach a champ. So if she peach a champ's that ice, it's really bad for her. Can't advance any of these. I think this is our best bet. It's bad. Thank you for watching someone lose really slowly. But still holding on. So it's a 1 in 17. Now, if Rashida survives, we have 4 shots of finding our audacity. But she should be able to set up a deep dive here. No problem. Runs HQ, Steve Cambridge, picks 2 cars, picks 2 deep dives. Deep dive doesn't remove itself from the game. I kind of wish it did. Too much text on it. And then she can run R&D, run archives. Now, if she does put her Peachish on the border control for some reason, which would be strictly not correct, I think she definitely wants to put it on the tree line. Then maybe we can like get her, but should be pretty hard. Not much can be done on this board stage. No, this deck it's a bit too honest, and the runner has a bit too much money, and we have pretty bad money, honestly. If you don't stick a Charlotte, this deck has no money. We actually could have considered putting the above the law on the table. Even uniced would have been fine. Win or loss, I always learn something here. I'm glad. Cody, how's it going, by the way? Like, I want to be very clear. Losing on stream, there's a lot to learn losing on stream. I don't mind losing. I actually mind losing when I don't feel like I have a good idea of what's going on. Like, sorry, if we don't get to be able to make plays, losing feels bad. Okay, she's respecting this. She is playing a bit conservative. Like, I think just going for the deep dive has a pretty good chance of winning, but she's keeping us honest here. How about you? You go first. Okay, thinking. All right, if we res the logjam, we have no money. We definitely need at least 1 credit. Actually, we don't. Yeah, we need 1 credit because we do install advanced gain 2 audacity. So obviously you need 1. If we res this, we go down to 0. I think we're gonna do nothing here. No, you learn much from losing from winning. The problem is there's not that much to learn from losing when you're not making active decisions, right? This is either a loss because we made decisions 7 turns ago, or because the deck is bad for the meta, or just not great, or the deck building is bad. I think it's a mixture of all 4 of those. But when you lose and it's a close game, you learn so much more than when you win. Because a lot of times you win and you can win on imperfect play. And winning on imperfect play, you learn less. Of course you do. She didn't trick shot this too. I thought... Wait, does she not have a trick shot? Did she spend it? I think she has another trick shot. I assumed she would trick shot, run this, then run HQ for deep dive. I think she could do everything. I think she's only doing 1 thing this turn, which like 1 in 17, baby. Yeah, I'm assuming trick shot because R&D is totally unknown. Trick shot, run remote. She's also not running HQ this turn, which turns off DJ Steve, which we're pretty happy about. Oh, takes a turn off, 1 in 17. Fuck, that's pretty good though. We're going so fast. This is the weird thing too. When you advance ice and build to last, and you're not actually using the advancements like advancing a Hordem, advancing this Hordem was probably strict wrong. It's hard to tell because runners understanding it's advanceable ice will interact with it a bit differently. I think in the advance a card, it's more likely it's a barrier. So sometimes having a Hordem there is a nice little trick is cool. But the fact that we didn't advance this could either tell you that it is a border control, or specifically we don't want to let you know that it's not advanceable ice, or is it advanceable ice. I think folks that strictly advance ice in BTL, especially when the advancement doesn't matter, is not always correct. Because it tells you it's a subsection of the ice that is possible in the meta. That being said, if you're the sort of deck that's wall-to-wall that's going to continue to advance them, so be it. How's the rush still going on? It's turn 13, we're 41 minutes in. Losing because deck building is bad. I really want to try exploring the long-term process of building and tuning a deck from scratch. I do too, Joe. I feel like I haven't been doing any super creative deck building in the last couple months. And admittedly, the sort of like enduring deck building to find something interesting and to tune it, I know I've said this before, doesn't often align well with content creation because it's a very time intensive process and it focuses on one thing as opposed to being the ability to do many things, which is a bit more interesting generally on the channel. But a lot of it too is like, I think one thing, the biggest thing that I've learned from, I don't know, I feel like there's so many examples of this that I need to keep in mind. Anytime that you run into a failure or run into a big stark problem in Netrunner when it comes to deck building or deck tech or meta or whatever that could be, you need to write down why it failed. And you need to keep that notebook next to you. Because there are so many times and so many things where there's something interesting that happens to the meta, and then going back and looking at things and being like, oh, if this ever changes, I have to go back and revisit this idea. So for instance, Thule was kind of strong for a while, and then people started playing, you know, Nob, Curry, Lu, Imp decks, and Mulch decks, and then the deck was terrible. And then as soon as Lu got banned, if you had that in your notebook, you would have gone back and realized, I can take the meta with this, and rightfully so you can. I think when we played Atea back in the day, we realized like, oh, Surveyor's garbage in Atea because everyone's running Hush because Arsana had just come out. And then realizing that people aren't playing Hush anymore, going back to that deck was really good. I think the one that kicked me really, that like I'm really kicking myself about, is that they made the swap as install change. And I should have wrote that down to be like, there's no way that something is not broken in Eternal with swap is not install, but I didn't, and I forgot about it and never went to check. And then obviously very good players found out Eternal has an infinite money combo. But anytime there's these weird things where you realize this is why something doesn't work and this is a very specific thing, writing that down to go back to review that anytime there's a meta shift is worth it. Because there are certain decks that are just unplayable in certain metas that are playable in others. Charlie had the exact conversation before an NPC Boston. Exactly, yeah. You need to like always reframe. At this point in the meta, something that might have been terrible before might be a good idea now. And I think we're going to see that change. Like when people stop playing Revolver all the time, or maybe more Revolver, like certain decks will come in and, oh, sorry. Was monologuing. I hear Thule and I show up. No Audacity. Okay, massive cope. We gotta shuffle back the Spin Doctor. And I think actually getting the Angelica's back in because we can put in the remote server. I'm scared of her grabbing a compilation here. She's still not going for the deep dive, which she can get from DJ Fenris. You sly dog, you got me monologuing. I have a mental list of what to explore and revisit Thule. Yeah, I think keeping those mental lists as a physical list actually serves you really well in Netrunner. And I need to do more where I write stuff down to be like, revisit this. I think it's a good project for the community, but I need a baseline deck to start from. Jaden is still asking if I want to trash. Kind of want to see what happens if I pay the 2. Divide by 0 error. JNet crashes. 2 weeks later. Back up. Yeah, I wouldn't risk it. But I kind of want it. All right, top deck 1 and 16. This is not cope. That's what I want to know, but easy to replicate in another game, yeah. I still revisit Tag Me Zaya every once in a while. Yeah, that's a really good one too. To be like, oh, people are playing way too much Tag Punishment. We're not going to play. I think that's a big one. Like, we're not even going to consider Amanuensis or like Tag Me options. And then at some point that changes and you'll be like, okay, we discarded Amanuensis because everyone was playing like self-growth program. Now we can try it again. Okay, 2 and 7. I was at home watching Andre when NB Kelly rang. It's not a win. It's if you crash the server. I don't think we want to res this Hordem. Don't lose like this. Don't lose on this axis. No, and you? I think you're like, I don't see why she wouldn't grab double deep dive to like goof us up real bad. Her money is good. Her breaker situation is good. I would do double deep dive. Maybe at some point you could do a double muse. You could do like compilation deep dive, but I don't think you want to give us the choice. That'll still be fine. My JNet kill deck. I'm seriously considering Amanuensis because there's only kill threats right now and increasing collateral damage. Yeah. Amanuensis isn't as bad as it used to be. That's going to change huge with rotation as well for obvious reasons, but like self-growth market forces, those are pretty bad for you. Gracing's pretty bad for you, but I actually don't think all the Ace of decks are... Yeah, you can do that before the window technically. We should be able to respond. Oh, okay, that's a problem. That was from the fucking prognostic? Christ almighty, we're getting ruined. She's gonna go back. She's gonna go back. How do we not lose here? She sees 4 cards of 7 if she tries really hard. Ah. Imagine the corporation's board state looking like this on turn 14. You can have a coalescence. Good game. Top of the deck, it's always the Audacity. I'm kidding. It's like the bottom 7 cards. Thanks for the game. Yeah, that was not close. That was not close. I think she could have closed it a bit faster if she just went for the deep dive. Yeah. Right? The prog into what's it called? Muse. Hush cost me the whole game, I think. I was convinced you would have deep dove 3 turns ago, returning it from Steve. I wonder if bad pub and public trail can be a nombo. Feel like our runner have been well out of our trail range. The problem is we're not forcing our runner to spend any money because we just can't jam fast enough to make them spend credits breaking stuff. And we can't res our ice. Like, it's just not good. Yeah, I think she could have closed that at like 5 turns ago, which, like, it's fine. I do think sometimes I also play suffocation runner where I'm like, I can't lose, so why do I have to win? And she was on that path, which is fine. Oh, get out. That's cool. It's a lot of fun. Pun intended. Yeah, but she could close it out way more aggressively. I don't think she needed to, though. She's risking us like rip the 1 in 17 for a couple turns. That's the only risk she's taking. Thanks for game. Harp, she had a bunch of cards that she printed out, like Rain and Reverie cards, and even some modern like NSG cards where she brought them into, I'm assuming, Photoshop equivalent, and she would desaturate almost all the card art and then just choose a certain thing to focus on and then make that more saturated. And made some pretty interesting cards. She was playing at COS Akiko, which she was in our first team. Oh, you can hear me. It was fun. I can send you files for that if you want. If you want me to share them with, I guess she can just hear me. Share them with the public. I think they'd be interested. I don't mind where they. Yeah, maybe we'll be able to share them if she shares them with us. I think it's wild that Deep Dive and Trick Shot have basically crowded out Cataloger. Cataloger's so much slower though. Let me grab them. Ah, cheese. Cataloger's way slower. Install, run, C4. Come on, Trick Shot, Deep Dive. Let's go. What was the source for those? I know some of the judges got a bit antsy at them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you'd get antsy exactly. But she got the art from somewhere and she modified them. Some of them were NSG arts, some of them are old FFG cards. I guess they're technically alt arts. As long as you're not selling them because they're not like your art, it's cool, I guess. I know getting hold of Rain and Reverie is like kind of a nightmare. Probably not possible. Probably not possible at all. Cool. The lack of color information was a concern, I believe. Oh, interesting. I think if the text box is colored, that's fine, but I could see that. Yeah, maybe I could see that. And now you get to see what it's like to be colorblind, huh? I'm not colorblind, but if you think that's difficult, there's a whole nother level. She's typing. Hold on for a second. I had a judge okay mine at one point. Oh, sick. Like, people play with black and white photocopies, so I don't see why that would be a problem. I showed my whole deck to them, yeah. Wasn't someone at Worlds playing like photocopied black and white cards? Yeah. King, how's it going? A lot of folks do. Either it's some cards or full decks. If I'm not mistaken, Sam Swade at Worlds in 2022 was playing top tables with entirely photocopied black and white cards, which is totally fine. I'm not sure if the printer at Worlds was a color printer. I assume it was. The whole proxy station is black and white. Okay, there you go. Yeah. So playing with black and white proxies is totally legal. I don't know why it wouldn't be to have cards that are like mostly black and white. Yeah, I don't know why a judge would have a problem with partial. Yeah, me neither. Cool. Hey, Harp, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to close the lobby down. There was a color printer, but the color bled so bad it was unusable. Wait, for real? I don't love the black and white proxy so much because it's harder to track influence and read the cards at glance. That's true. Okay, it's all good. Okay, cool. If you want to throw me the link either after also the stream, I'll add it into the description of the YouTube video if you're cool with that. It's really funny. Yeah, there's like a huge discussion about, you know, proxies and alt arts, black and white proxies, where if you access them and they squint, like you can tell it's probably one of the black and white cards in your deck. It is what it is. I don't think I'm going to be a huge part of that conversation. I think it's more important. Send the cards by Discord. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'll be able to link that down below. I'm not going to be able to pull them up right now, but I appreciate it. Good. Thanks for the game, by the way. That was a lot of fun. Okay, I've said this before. This should be the end of this stream. I won't be here on Thursday. We have a wedding to go to, so there will be no Thursday stream, but we'll be back next Tuesday, maybe even next Thursday with Patrick as well. We'll see. But I want to give a huge thank you to a bunch of folks. We're supported here on Patreon. There's a whole bunch of names here of folks, and of course, all the Daily Cast patrons as well that help support the channel, so we can put in time into streaming and video stuff and editing, all that sort of stuff. We finished an APC Montreal, so we're gonna get back to like doing some sort of video content, whether it's deck dives and finishing our alphabet series. That's probably for the best. There's also some new names of new patrons you can see here. Eddie the Yeti locally, thanks so much for the support. Have fun at the wedding Halloween. Thank you, Gyro. Eric Levac Hale, not sure if I shouted that before. Thanks so much for joining the Patreon. I feel there's a name coming up. I did the render just last night. I'll try and catch them when they go through, but I really appreciate it. We've been on Patreon now for a bit, and like the support allows me to do this to the level that I do, and it's incredibly appreciated. The symbols are so cute. If you like the symbols and you see your name here and you want to get a symbol next to your name, please hit me up. It doesn't have to be a unique symbol. I'll find like an emoji or something if you want to be like, oh, give me a musical note or whatever. Give me my local meta. Shout out to SRN RL and Stephen I. Thank you for supporting as well. I'm totally down to attach things to people's names, which is kind of a fun thing to do. Aaron Nichols, great job. Thanks for stream. Also, thanks for following the channel. I got an update. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the Twitch side of things. We also stream on YouTube. Thanks for following. But that's mostly it. Modernism, we did a little bit of a study today. Not great, honestly, in the modern meta. If you draw hot, you can smash out the world champion. If you draw any less than perfect, I feel like you don't really have a shot there unless you like very structurally kind of change how the deck is formulated. That's a bummer. Yeah, fundamental modernism is always really fun. I do think it's a really good deck for learning the game. You'll maybe struggle against tier 1 stuff, but you're probably not running to tier 1 at your locals all the time. That's all. We'll be back in a week. Enjoy your Halloween if you do that, or the day after that, whatever it is. Do whatever rituals you need to get done, and we'll be back in a bit. Thanks so much for hanging out. Apply for your stuff. Apply for your. You have a couple weeks. It's like till November 22nd. Oh, we didn't open this thing. Hold on. I hate doing a fake outro. I guess we'll get back to it next week. But there's an article. I'm not going to do the news at the end when some people have already bowed out. But there's an article up talking about the December meta. We'll talk about that next week.